Just before dawn on Monday, August 13, 2018, the streets of Frederick, Colorado, an oil-patch town north of Denver, were quiet enough to hear sprinklers ticking in front yards. A friend had dropped a 34-year-old mother at her suburban home after a business trip that ended late in the night. Hours later, when she missed an obstetrics appointment and failed to answer messages, the rhythms of the cul-de-sac began to feel offbeat. A stroller still by the entryway, a porch light left on longer than usual, no movement behind the blinds. By 12:10 p.m., the friend's worry hardened into action. She drove back to the house, pressed the doorbell, knocked, and getting no answer, called the local police for a welfare check. The first warning signs were the sort of small details deputies and patrol officers are trained not to dismiss. A family dog heard but not distressed. A purse inside the home with keys and medication left behind. A vehicle still in the garage with the children's car seats. The home itself presented as typical suburban order. No shattered glass. No signs of forced entry. Yet everything essential to leaving the house safely with two small children was still there. Totality suggested either a voluntary departure under implausible circumstances or an emergency that had unfolded fast. During the welfare check, access to the residence was obtained with the occupant's consent, a choice that avoided the threshold questions of exigency or the need to seek a search warrant at that early stage. Officers moved carefully, documenting what they observed on body-worn cameras, while trying not to contaminate a scene that might later be considered evidence. Initial response. A Frederick police officer arrived around 1:40 p.m. and began with the standard sequence. Establish last known contact, verify scheduled appointments, and gather immediate collateral information from the reporting friend and nearby neighbors. Patrol's priority was to determine whether they were looking at an overdue person scenario or something that met the threshold for a missing endangered adult and two children. With consent, officers checked rooms, noted the conspicuous absence of the children, and photographed items that would later matter. The purse, the phone, and prenatal medication, all found inside the home. Parallel to the interior check, a neighbor offered exterior video from a doorbell security camera system capturing vehicle activity near the driveway, an early piece of digital evidence that would shape the investigative posture of the next 24 hours. Eyewitness accounts and community texture. The friend who initiated the welfare check, worried, insistent, and intimately familiar with the victim's routines, told officers this silence was not normal. Her recollection of missed messages and a no-show at the OB appointment gave investigators a firm timeline anchor. Contact ceased that morning, shortly before or after the scheduled visit. A nearby neighbor, accustomed to the cadence of garage doors and trucks on the block, thought something felt off and was willing to show footage that, in his view, didn't match the usual patterns. In neighborhoods like this, the soft network of routines, who leaves when, which lights flip on, can be as probative as a fingerprint, especially when captured on video. Establishing place and time meant more than just logging a date and address. For the sheriff's office and allied agencies that would soon assist, the location, a family home tied to the oil fields by employment and geography, suggested specific search considerations. Well pads, storage sites, and rural corridors where cell coverage fades and traffic is sparse. As the case moved from patrol to investigations, and then to a multi-agency posture with the Colorado Bureau of Investigation, CBI, and the FBI, time began to compress. Each hour without contact with a pregnant woman and two young children increases risk. Command quietly expanded resources, canvassing hospitals, pinging phones when lawfully permissible, and beginning the paperwork that shadows every decision: reports, consent forms, and, when appropriate, affidavits for search warrants. Legal framework and protocols. Even at this earliest stage, the legal scaffolding matters. Patrol operated first on consent to search the residence, an important distinction, because once the posture shifts to a criminal investigation, any further entries typically require a warrant absent exigent circumstances. Should the case escalate from missing persons to foul play, homicide detectives and prosecutors think in terms of potential charges and preservation of evidence. First-degree murder under CRS Section 183102, which in Colorado encompasses intentional, after deliberation killings and several alternative theories, including felony murder. Unlawful termination of pregnancy, first degree, under CRS Section 183103, applicable when a pregnancy is unlawfully terminated with intent, an offense the state distinguishes from homicide and charges separately. Tampering with a deceased human body under CRS Section 1886-105, a Class 3 felony that recognizes post-mortem concealment or movement of remains as a distinct crime. Investigators did not need to prove any of these elements on day one, but they were obligated to protect the integrity of potentially relevant evidence in case those statutes later governed the charging decisions. That meant logging who entered the home and when, limiting unnecessary handling of items, capturing contemporaneous video and stills, and keeping a chain of custody that would withstand courtroom scrutiny years later. Portrayal of the victims and the event, without naming a suspect. What officers knew by late afternoon painted a stark picture. A mother pregnant mid-trimester was unaccounted for. 2 small children were missing, their car seats undisturbed. The home did not tell a story of flight, it told a story of interruption. Friends described a structured life anchored by medical appointments and school-aged routines. No notes, no vehicles gone, no record of hospital intake. The event they were confronting was either a disappearance under duress or a medical emergency followed by unknown assistance, scenarios that demanded urgency either way. Psychological atmosphere. For the responding officer, a welfare check with a worried friend often feels like a coin toss. Most resolve benignly, some become mental health interventions, a few turn dark. This one turned heavy immediately. The officer's demeanor, captured on body-worn camera, toggled between courteous explanation and methodical observation. The friend's composure thinned as each room offered no answers. The neighbor leaned forward at the edge of his own property line, certain the camera footage mattered. The community's unease hummed beneath the procedural surface, neighbors stepping onto porches, texts circulating among friends, a widening circle of people asking the same question: where did they go? As one neighbor would later paraphrase for reporters, you learn the rhythms of a block. When those rhythms stop, you feel it before anyone says the word crime. By evening, the case had crossed an invisible line. The language on radios and in the incident log shifted from attempt to locate to missing endangered. Supervisors discussed next steps, drafting affidavits for broader digital records, coordinating with the oil company employer to identify any remote sites that might require checking, and preparing community messaging that balanced transparency with the need to safeguard the investigation. Behind every move was a simple, relentless objective: find a pregnant woman and 2 children alive. The first 24 hours were not yet over, but the opening chapter had been written. A quiet house, the wrong items left behind, and a neighborhood's normal routine abruptly replaced by patrol cars, notepads, and a growing file of evidence that suggested something more than a misunderstanding. By nightfall on August 13, the file began to split into lanes. Patrol finished its welfare check report. Detectives opened an investigative case. Supervisors initiated interagency calls. The atmosphere in the command office was the quiet kind of urgent, phones on speaker, whiteboard squares filling with names, times, and arrows. The working theory remained conservative. A pregnant woman and 2 children were missing under circumstances that did not make ordinary sense. The canvass started with the block itself. Detectives and uniformed officers moved door to door, not just asking if anyone had seen anything, but pinning down the small certainties that build a timeline. When did you last see the family? Did the garage door open or close at unusual hours? Any visitors, delivery trucks, contractors? They took down the make and model of routine vehicles, noted lawn crews, and asked for access to doorbell and driveway cameras. In cases like this, the neighborhood's memory is partly human and partly digital. Both needed to be harvested before the details blurred or files auto-deleted. Inside the house, the posture shifted from walkthrough to scene management. Consent remained the legal basis for entry, but the handling turned methodical. A log at the threshold, shoe covers, photographs before movement, bag and tag of items whose evidentiary value might emerge later. Cell phones, tablets, chargers, a planner with appointment times, a stack of medical paperwork. Detectives traced the route any mother of small children would take to leave the house: purse, keys, medication, car seats, diaper bag. Each remained where it shouldn't if the family had gone anywhere willingly. Nothing dramatic, nothing broken, just a story that paused mid-sentence. Across town, a small team began the digital sweep. Subpoena packets were drafted for phone records and location data, to be served quickly if circumstances warranted and a judge agreed. Social media accounts were preserved. Bank and credit card activity checks were initiated to spot any post-disappearance transactions. If this was a voluntary absence, money and phones usually left footprints. If it wasn't, the absence of those footprints was evidence of its own. At the same time, the employer connection pointed investigators toward the prairie. Oil work in Weld County maps onto a lattice of well pads, storage sites, and gravel roads that forget you as soon as you pass. Detectives asked the company for site lists, access protocols, and any vehicle GPS logs. Nothing accusatory, simply the practical reality of searching places the general public never goes. On the whiteboard, rural coordinates multiplied, possible destinations for a pregnant woman in need of help. Unlikely. Possible areas of interest if something else had happened. More likely than anyone wanted to say out loud. By morning on August 14, the incident had a command rhythm. The Frederick Police Department held the local lead. The Colorado Bureau of Investigation and the FBI joined with specialized resources. A public notice was prepared. Missing endangered, photos of the mother and children, a call for tips routed through a dedicated line. No Amber Alert at this stage. The criteria require a confirmed abduction and descriptive information, suspect, vehicle, direction, that investigators did not yet have. That decision, always misunderstood online, was documented carefully. Law requires more than fear to trigger the state's loudest alarms. Interviews ran on parallel tracks. Friends, relatives, neighbors, the people who could anchor the last scene and describe any recent stressors, came in or spoke on recorded calls. Language mattered. These were not interrogations but interviews. Miranda advisements aren't required when a person is not in custody and free to leave. Detectives were cordial, patient, and specific. Walk us through the weekend, show us messages, help us understand routines. They probed for friction points common to family cases, finances, health, relationships, without turning speculation into theory. Each answer was translated into tasks: follow-up calls, record pulls, fresh knocks on doors that hadn't answered the night before. Back at the house, community members watched investigators come and go and tried to will a benign explanation into existence. One neighbor offered a pointed observation about overnight vehicle activity and shared his camera footage with officers. Grainy, time-stamped, the sort of clip that can either corroborate or collapse a timeline. Another recalled a porch light that seemed to stay on longer than usual. None of it was decisive, all of it mattered. In true crime folklore, the smoking gun gets the spotlight. In real work, it's usually the chorus of small, consistent details that moves the needle. Legally, detectives sketched possible futures they hoped wouldn't come. If evidence suggested a crime against a person, charging discussions would inevitably orbit Colorado statutes that prosecutors know by heart. First-degree murder, CRS Section 183102, for intentional killings. Unlawful termination of pregnancy, CRS Section 1835-103, if a violent act ended a gestation. Tampering with a deceased human body, CRS Section 1886-105, if remains were moved or concealed. None of those labels belonged on paper yet. But you don't preserve what you don't anticipate, and preservation is what survives cross-examination years later. So evidence was handled like it would have to sing in a courtroom. Search operations widened in concentric rings. Hospitals and clinics were checked first. Names, dates of birth, no matches. Parks, trails, retention ponds. Patrol cars rolled slow, calling out on the radio anything that looked recently disturbed. A drone unit took to the sky for a higher-angle sweep of the neighborhood and nearby open spaces. Low altitude, slow passes, memory cards pulled and cataloged. K9 resources were discussed with caution. Scent work in a home that's already seen significant foot traffic can complicate more than clarify. Each potential tool came with a trade-off, and the supervisors made those calls conservatively. The psychology of the second day is different from the first. On day one, adrenaline and hope run hot. On day two, the investigation starts to reveal its temperament. Detectives stared at time gaps that needed to shrink. Friends who were optimistic yesterday now spoke in clipped, worried phrases. The public call for information produced a flood of tips, some helpful, many not. The media circled, asking for updates that could not yet be given without risking the integrity of the work. In the incident room, the whiteboard arrows were erased and redrawn. In the quiet moments between tasks, officers looked at the family photos tacked to the corner of the board and recalibrated their purpose. Find them, preserve the truth, don't get ahead of the evidence. By evening on August 14, the investigative lanes began to converge. The digital pulls were coming back in fragments. The neighbor's video had been reviewed more than once. Phone activity, or the absence of it, drew a hard line across the morning hours. The house still told the same story, a life interrupted, not a departure planned. Command greenlit the next set of steps, more targeted records, deeper interviews, and, if the evidence justified it, applications for search warrants that would move the case from consent to court authority. What no one said out loud but everyone felt was that cases like this do not drift indefinitely. They break. Evidence coalesces or it doesn't. People talk or they don't. The next 24 hours would decide which path this one would take. The second night ended with more questions than answers and a whiteboard dense with arrows. By dawn on August 15, the lanes were narrower. Phone records returned in fragments, enough to sketch a heartbeat of activity, and more telling, its absence. The device belonging to the missing mother had gone quiet in a way that didn't match her routine. The children's schedules, confirmed with caregivers and relatives, offered no benign explanation for the silence. Detectives began the day with two parallel priorities: harden the timeline and protect the evidence. Harden meant replacing impressions with artifacts, timestamps, coordinates, video, transaction logs. Protect meant preserving every step as if a future jury would read it back, line by line. The house, still accessed by consent, was treated as a potential scene rather than a family dwelling. Entry and exit were logged. Photographs preceded movement. Anything bagged was sealed and initialed. A latent print tech made a slow circuit of the high-touch areas. Interior handles, the garage access door, the stairwell rail, knowing that prints alone rarely solve a case, but sometimes tell you who used the house like a corridor and who used it like a home. A CSI took swabs from areas investigators marked on a floor plan the night before. Nothing invasive, nothing that damaged property, just the kind of careful sampling that could speak later if the science had something to say. Outside, the neighborhood's digital memory was combed again. A detective sat with a homeowner while a TV flickered through security clips at a crawl. Driveway to curb, curb to street, time overlay drifting second by second. Another neighbor who'd already provided a short clip located a longer archive on a phone app that hadn't been opened in weeks. The pattern they were looking for wasn't dramatic. It was routine, a truck or car at an hour that didn't match the family's ordinary rhythm, a trunk hatch, a garage cycle logged at an off time. The smoking gun remained a myth. What they needed was the consistent whisper. At the incident room, a prosecutor from the district attorney's office took a chair at the corner table. This doesn't turn an investigation into a prosecution. It makes sure the two will meet cleanly if they must. The conversation stayed clinical: thresholds for warrants, articulation of probable cause, the difference between consent and court authority. Everyone understood the risk. Consent can end on a word. If it did, investigators needed to be ready to continue without losing momentum or contaminating anything they might later seize. The employer lane, oil fields and logistics, started to pay out in data. A list of company sites within a defined radius was printed, each with coordinates and gate protocols. Company vehicle GPS logs, preserved by request, rendered as breadcrumb trails on a satellite map. None of it accused anyone of anything. All of it told investigators where to look if the search had to move beyond cul-de-sacs and retention ponds. Rural deputies and a drone unit marked potential passes for later that day. Well pads access roads, a service yard shielded by stacked pipe. Interviews resumed, friends, relatives, co-workers. Each one recorded with a clear advisement when needed, each focused on timelines and routines rather than theories. Detectives asked the same questions different ways, not to trap anyone, but to make sure memory didn't smooth over the edges where truth hides. A friend recalled a missed call at a specific minute that didn't fit earlier. A coworker provided a payroll log showing expected arrival times against actual. Small things, but small things are how time tightens. The spouse, central to any missing persons case by proximity alone, was contacted again for a structured interview. The setting was calm, the questions methodical. Walk us through the hours, show us the messages, help us understand the ordinary cadence of this house. The tone stayed professional. No accusations, no theatrics. If consent was needed for another look at a device or access to a vehicle, the request was made plainly and documented precisely. When a voluntary polygraph was raised, it was framed the way policy demands, not as a machine that decides guilt or innocence, but as an investigative tool whose value is in discrepancies that prompt further questions. It would be conducted, if agreed to, by trained examiners under a protocol the courts and the public have seen many times before. Legally, the framework hovered in the room like a set of invisible placards. If the missing mother and children were found harmed, the potential charges would not surprise anyone reading a Colorado statute book. First-degree murder for intentional, after deliberation killing. Unlawful termination of a pregnancy if violence ended a gestation. Tampering with a deceased human body if remains were moved or concealed. No one wrote those statutes onto the case file that morning. But investigators preserved the day as if those headings might appear later, because that is how you keep a case intact from patrol call to closing argument. By midday, the public face of the search widened. A fresh call for information went out with updated tip lines and clearer photographs. Reporters asked about an Amber Alert again. The answer remained law, not sentiment. The criteria require a confirmed abduction and actionable descriptors: suspect, vehicle, direction. Without those, the alert isn't just ineffective, it dilutes a tool meant for specific emergencies. The explanation was given with care. The community's fear was real and deserved respect, but policy exists to guide decisions on the worst days. The psychology inside the incident room shifted with the clock. On day 1, hope powered the work. On day 2, structure did. By the morning of day 3, resolve took over. Detectives spoke in shorter sentences. Supervisors updated lists without erasing the previous versions, a subtle tell that the case had reached the point where every prior assumption had to remain visible. A senior investigator, the type who keeps quiet until it matters, drew a thin vertical line down the whiteboard between 2 columns labeled Explained and Unexplained. Items migrated slowly, and not always in the direction anyone wanted. Late afternoon brought the first real convergence. A cluster of digital return times overlapped an early morning window in a way that could be mapped onto the neighborhood video. The overlap was not a conclusion, it was a question with sharper edges. The decision followed the law: draft the warrants. Devices, vehicles, residents, each affidavit tailored to its target, each paragraph articulating probable cause in plain, careful language. It wasn't a leap, it was a step, taken only when the evidence made it inevitable. On the street, neighbors watched the quiet procession of unmarked cars, as if they might decode intent from the way a detective closed a trunk. Online, theories multiplied faster than facts. Inside the room that mattered, the plan was measured. Keep consent open as long as it served the search. Be ready to pivot to court authority the moment it didn't. Treat every interaction like a transcript a judge will read. The day ended without a dramatic announcement, but with a feeling shared by every experienced cop in the room. Cases like this don't taper off, they break. The pieces on the table had begun to align, not loudly, but undeniably. The next moves would be taken under oath. The morning of August 15 opened with a plan that read like a checklist and felt like a tightrope. Consent remained in place, but affidavits for search warrants were drafted and waiting, each tailored, each footnoted with timestamps, observations, and the accumulating absences that had turned a missing persons case into a probable crime scene in everything but name. At the operations table, the day's anchor was a voluntary polygraph arranged with state examiners. No one in the room confused the instrument for a truth machine. Policy frames it for what it is, an investigative interview bracketed by a physiological recording. Its strength is structure, a pretest that fixes the timeline in disciplined detail, a test phase that often surfaces inconsistencies, and a post-test discussion where the real movement tends to happen. Before anything began, the subject signed advisements and a consent form. The recording system captured the paper shuffle and the calm, practiced cadence of the examiner reading each point. Voluntariness, always the first and last question a judge will ask, was built into the record line by line. While the exam room settled, detectives kept the rest of the machine turning. A judge reviewed the first warrant application, residence and vehicles, with particularized probable cause tied to the welfare check observations, keys, purse, medication, device inactivity, and neighborhood video patterns. The request wasn't theatrical. It asked for the ordinary powers of a search executed with surgical scope. Entry by day, items to seize limited to devices, trace evidence, and documents that could anchor or contradict the timeline. The return would be inventory listed, photographed in place before collection, and logged to chain of custody with signatures that would matter more months from now than they did in that moment. Back at the exam site, the pre-test interview ran through a grid of questions, each one stapled to a specific hour. Return from the trip, who slept where, who left when, and what time ordinary tasks, trash, showers, garage cycles, happened. The examiner's pen drew quiet marks as the subject talked, occasionally circling a minute that would be repeated later. The test sequence itself passed in controlled stillness. Ask, pause, mark. Ask, pause, mark. When it ended, the air felt different, less procedural, more human. The post-test is where the examiner's craft lives, presenting discrepancies without accusation, inviting explanation without offering any, and allowing silence to do work that no question can. In the incident room, the first warrant came back signed. A team shifted from soft shoe covers and consent logs to warrant execution protocol. The lead detective read the warrant aloud at the threshold, a ritual as much as a requirement. Then assigned lanes, photographs of every room before movement, latents on the interior garage door and high-touch surfaces, swabs from specific areas identified during the earlier consent walkthrough, collection of devices, chargers, and any paper records tied to health appointments and childcare routines. A separate tech focused on the vehicles, exterior photographs, latent prints on handles, swabs of door seams and interior handles, and a search of cargo spaces documented inch by inch. Nothing flashy, just slow, careful work that turns a house into a set of plain facts. The polygraph culminated in a decision point. The examiner stepped out, detectives stepped in. Voices stayed low. A rights advisement, Miranda, was read from a printed card, not from memory, and the subject acknowledged understanding before any substantive questions continued. Voluntariness again on the record. What followed was the kind of conversation that seasoned investigators recognize as a hinge. Answers that bent around their own edges, corrections that arrived too quickly, and the subtle shift from "what if" to "what happened." When the words finally landed, they were not shouted. They were written, timestamped, and clarified. The locations mattered most: where to look. A map slid across the table. Rural coordinates were identified with the kind of specificity that only an insider could provide. A service road, a turnoff, a line of tanks, a spot just beyond the gate. The call to search operations went out with clipped economy. Deputies and detectives assembled a convoy. Marked cars for perimeter control, unmarked units for investigators, a crime scene van with the kits no one wants to have to open, and a medical examiner investigator on standby. On the way, supervisors checked the paper trail, a separate warrant for the industrial site, limited to the areas and containers identified, with the company notified and staging a representative to unlock gates and certify safety protocols. Oil infrastructure is not a park. It's a workplace that requires hard hats, lockout procedures, gas monitors, and the discipline to let science move slower than adrenaline. At the site, the prairie wind pressed the sound flat. The approach unfolded in sequences: wide photographs to capture the scene as found, closer frames to fix the specific tanks and ground disturbance, then the slow choreography of ladder, lid, and line, each step recorded and each decision made with the medical examiner's office. The first confirmation arrived by radio and language stripped of drama. "We have located what appears to be human remains." The channel went quiet in that way it does when everybody understands that a case has crossed from urgency into grief. Back in town, the arrest was executed without spectacle. The subject was taken into custody, searched, and placed in a unit. The route to the station was recorded, the booking process documented with the same emphasis on voluntariness and advisements that had marked the day. Photographs, fingerprints, property logged and sealed. A probable cause statement was drafted for the jail, laying out the bare bones. Date, victims by category: adult, pregnant, 2 minor children, the investigative milestones, the admissions, and the recovery location information sufficient to justify holding without bond pending first appearance. Affidavits that would eventually be public were sealed for the moment to protect the remaining search and next of kin notifications. Even as the arrest report took form, teams were still moving. One group remained at the industrial site, transitioning to a full crime scene operation with the county coroner's office. Scene sketching, evidence flags, soil sampling, and the solemn protocols for the recovery and transport of remains under a chain of custody that could survive any courtroom attack. Another team returned to the residence to continue the warrant search with newly justified focus, locations suggested by the day's admission, items that could corroborate or contradict, and trace evidence whose value would be determined by a lab bench days later. Legally, the path ahead was now visible. Counts of first-degree murder would be anticipated under CRS Section 183102, alongside unlawful termination of pregnancy, CRS Section 1835-103, and tampering with a deceased human body, CRS Section 1886-105. But charging decisions belonged to prosecutors after a meeting that would happen soon, not tonight. Tonight belonged to notifications, to a community that would hear sirens in their sleep, and to investigators who stood under fluorescent lights and wrote everything down exactly as it happened. By midnight, the whiteboard in the incident room had changed in a way only insiders notice. The column labeled "Unexplained" was smaller. The column labeled "Explained" had new entries, each paired with a case number and an evidence bag. And yet, an emptiness hung in the space between them. The knowledge that truth in a homicide file isn't an ending. It's a beginning for the courts, for families, and for a town that would now carry a date, August 2018, as a quiet fault line through its history. The next day would bring the first court appearance, the formal advisement of rights before a judge, and the meticulous work of tying every sentence spoken that day to a piece of evidence that could be held, measured, or photographed. But for the officers heading home to dark houses and waiting dogs, the case had turned. The tipping point had come and gone, not with a dramatic confession in a single breath, but with the measured accumulation of acts that respect both law and loss. Morning broke on the courthouse with the brittle light of a TV truck mast. Inside, the docket began the way it always does: traffic, misdemeanors, the soft churn of a county's ordinary troubles, until the clerk called a case number that made the room hold its breath. A deputy stepped in from the side door with a restrained figure in a jail uniform, wrists cinched at the belt. The gallery stilled, pens lifted. The judge kept his voice even. This was the advisement, not a trial. Rights were read from the bench as Colorado procedure requires: the presumption of innocence, the right to counsel, the right to remain silent, the right to a preliminary hearing on the Class 1 felony counts. A public defender stood, entered a limited appearance, and asked for the charging instrument. The prosecutor answered with the language of statute, measured and sparse: first-degree murder under CRS Section 183102, first-degree unlawful termination of pregnancy under CRS Section 1835-103, tampering with a deceased human body under CRS Section 1886-105. No argument, no color, just the names of crimes heavy enough to warp the air. Bond. The defense asked for it because defense counsel must. The state opposed because the state must when confronted with multiple homicides. Colorado law allows no bond in a capital-eligible first-degree murder if the proof is evident or the presumption great, a standard that would be tested at a later hearing if the defense insisted. Today was about safety and flight risk. The prosecutor spoke briefly: the gravity of the offenses, the risk to the community if any, the absence of ties sufficient to mitigate the charge's weight. The judge set no bond for now, reserving the question for a fuller record. The gavel didn't bang. It almost never does. Down the hall, the probable cause affidavit remained under seal. That's common when searches are still underway and witnesses are still being interviewed. The seal protects the integrity of the evidence and shields next of kin from learning facts through a headline before a detective can make a phone call. In the sheriff's office, a supervisor reviewed the seal order and made sure it would be revisited when appropriate. Transparency isn't a slogan here, it's a schedule. At the coroner's facility, science took its slow turn. The autopsies proceeded with the cadence every investigator knows by heart: photos in situ, measurements, external exam, internal exam, evidence swabs and fingernail scrapings, toxicology vials labeled and sent. No one spoke in euphemism because the work demands plain words, but the room's silence did its own redaction. On paper, the findings would read clinically: asphyxiation consistent with strangulation for the adult victim, smothering for the children, paired with manner of death determinations of homicide. Those documents wouldn't be public yet, and when they were, they would be redacted. The public's right to know stops at the line where dignity begins. Back at the house on Saratoga Trail, the search team returned under the same warrant authority granted the day before. The execution looked methodical because it was: lasers and scales for a scene sketch, placards to fix reference points, high-resolution photographs in overlapping arcs. Trace evidence work. 2. Luminol and alternative light sources used judiciously and documented meticulously to avoid turning inference into artifact. When a piece of potential significance was found, it wasn't crowed over. It was bagged, sealed, and logged with the case number, date, time, and initials. What matters later isn't the gasp in the room. It's the chain of custody that can travel the distance from kitchen tile to witness stand without breaking. Digital forensics accelerated. Devices seized under the warrant were duplicated through forensic images, bit-for-bit copies made with right blockers, hash values computed before and after to prove nothing changed. Analysts worked from the images, not the devices, preserving the originals as pristine exhibits. Call detail records and cell site location information began to cohere against the timeline the examiners had already sketched. Pings that stopped when they shouldn't, messages unsent, steps that did not register. A modern investigation is a contest between the stories people tell and the stories their devices remember. Devices don't forget. The district attorney convened a meeting. Detectives, the case agent, a victim advocate, and a senior trial lawyer who tried hard cases before juries who still send holiday cards. They talked charges, venue, and death penalty posture, because in 2018 Colorado still had that option on the books, even if its use was vanishingly rare. The conversation remained hypothetical. Prosecutors don't decide that question on day 3. They decide what they can justify now, then build the file they'd be willing to hand to 12 citizens later. A victim advocate took up a job that rarely gets camera time. She sat with extended family in a quiet room and translated procedure into human language. What first appearance means, what no bond really is, why documents are sealed, how return of remains works once the coroner has completed the exams, what kinds of support the state can offer when grief becomes logistics. She didn't talk about trials or pleas. She talked about today and tomorrow morning, because that's as far as most people can see when the world has tilted on its axis. By afternoon, a press availability took shape at a lectern beneath a county seal. The sheriff spoke first, careful and spare. Confirmation of an arrest. Confirmation of the recovery of remains believed to be the missing mother and children, thanks to the partner agencies, the Frederick Police Department, the Colorado Bureau of Investigation, the FBI, and to a community whose doorbell cameras and door knocks mattered. Questions came as they would. Motive, method, timeline, whether the suspect had confessed. The sheriff stayed inside the lines. Anything else risks the case in the name of a headline, and no competent command staff will trade courtroom integrity for a news cycle. The community turned to ritual. A vigil's logistics, permits, candles, sound system were arranged in whispers and text chains. On a strip of green near the subdivision, neighbors assembled with strollers and dogs and the careful voices of people trying not to shatter in public. They did not use legal words. They used names. Investigators who could spare the hour stood at the edge and did what cops do when the uniform makes it complicated to cry. They stared at the horizon and let the sound of people loving other people fill the space their work had carved open. In the jail that evening, classification officers completed their assessments. Notoriety changes risk. The arrestee went into administrative segregation for safety reasons common to high-profile defendants. Meals through a slot, checks at intervals that are written down to the minute, a log that becomes part of the record because custody is as much a paper act as a physical one. The defense filed a notice demanding preservation of all evidence, scene photographs, lab benches, every scrap of paper from every room searched. The state filed a mirror notice, as it always does because preservation protects the truth, not a side. On the incident room whiteboard, a new column appeared, disclosure. Colorado's discovery rules require the prosecution to turn over police reports, lab results, and statements in organized waves. The case agent started assembling the first packet, reports finalized and approved, a running index, and placeholders for lab work not yet complete. It's tedious. It's also the backbone of a case that will survive appellate review long after the cameras are gone. No one talked about motive as if it could make sense of anything. Detectives avoid that trap. They speak of opportunity, means, intent, and state of mind, concepts that can be proved or disproved with evidence. A text, a deletion time, a purchase, a search term typed into a phone at the hour when most of the town was asleep. These are the footprints the law recognizes. Everything else is story, and stories don't convict. Before lights out, the case agent walked the team through tomorrow's tasks. Finish the residence search with the lab's wish list in hand. Return to the industrial site for any secondary collection. Meet with the DA to outline a charging decision memo. Schedule follow-up interviews with anyone whose earlier statements had left seams detectives could still see. The list ended as it always does with the quietest line. Next of kin, updates, availability, and what they need now that the procedural engine is at full power. Part 5 closes not with revelation but with structure. The law has taken custody of a person, of a narrative, of a community's demand for a record that will hold. The investigation is no longer a sprint to find. It is a marathon to prove. Tomorrow, the lab will speak louder. The day after, paper will. And soon enough, a courtroom will open its doors and ask 12 citizens to listen to every step that led here, exactly in the order they were taken. The file thickened the way homicide files do, one careful page at a time, until the binder rings fought to close. Overnight, the lab's first returns began to land in the case agent's inbox, and with them the subtle shift from "we think" to "we can show." At the coroner's facility, the final autopsy reports moved from draft to signed. The language was clinical even when it carried unbearable weight. For the adult victim, homicidal violence consistent with strangulation. For the two children, asphyxia by smothering. Each determination rested on described findings: petechial hemorrhages, soft tissue changes, the absence of injuries that might suggest accident, and each was matched to a manner of death: homicide. Toxicology panels were logged with accession numbers, chain of custody signatures stacked like fence posts. Who drew the samples, who sealed them, who booked them into the evidence refrigerator set to the required range, who drove them to the state lab. Evidence here doesn't merely exist, it travels, and the map of that travel is part of what makes it admissible. Back at the residence, the second day of the warrant search read like a choreography. A CSI photographer shot overlapping frames down the hallway and across the master bedroom, before images that would anchor every later opinion. A latent print technician dusted selective surfaces, door frames, the inside garage access, the banister treads at grasping height. A separate tech worked the vehicles, door seals swabbed, interior handles taped off for prints, cargo areas documented inch by inch. Alternative light sources washed across textiles in slow passes, every hit photographed with scale and then decided upon, swab, cut, or leave for later. There were no theatrics, just slow, exacting procedures that would let a jury follow along without asking anyone to take it on faith. Digital forensics, the quiet giant, rumbled to life. Devices seized under warrant were imaged, bit-for-bit copies created behind write blockers, hash values computed and logged so a courtroom could be shown, months later, that not a single bit had changed between capture and analysis. From those images, analysts began to reconstruct timelines. When phones last moved together and when they deviated, health app steps at odd hours, unanswered messages that would later matter because they never even reached a lock screen. Call detail records (CDRs) from the carrier arrived in raw tables, timestamps, cell sectors, switch logs, data that doesn't give a dot on a map but can draw a corridor, narrower and narrower until improbability becomes proof. On a larger screen, a detective overlaid the neighbor's video with the growing spreadsheet of device events. The project wasn't about dramatics, it was about consistency. A garage door cycle at a particular minute. A handset registering on home Wi-Fi then dropping. A vehicle shape and shadow where there shouldn't have been one at that hour. Each artifact stood on its own. Together they formed the architecture of a morning no one in that house would ever live down. Meanwhile, the industrial site, those tanks and the hardpan earth around them, was treated like the combination of workplace and crime scene it was. Safety protocol sat beside evidence protocol. Investigators donned hard hats, clipped gas monitors, and followed lockout/tagout procedures before any lids moved. The contaminated environment demanded unusual care. Oil can degrade or mask trace materials, and the recovery sequence had to protect both workers and evidence. Samples were taken, labeled, and preserved. Oil matrices from relevant tanks, soil from disturbed areas, swabs from contact points where transfer could have occurred. The medical examiner's representative coordinated with the scene lead, calling pauses when dignity and science required them. There is no rushing this work, and there is no room for error. In the prosecutor's suite, the charging memo took shape. It summarized facts now supported by documents, video, and lab returns. It laid out elements of the contemplated offenses under Colorado law and mapped the evidence to each element. First-degree murder, CRS Section 18-3-102. Intent and after deliberation. First-degree unlawful termination of pregnancy, CRS Section 18-3. 5-103. Violent act resulting in the death of a fetus at any stage. Tampering with a deceased human body, CRS Section 18-8-610. 5. Moving or concealing remains. The memo didn't reach for motive. It didn't have to. Colorado's statutes punish acts, and acts were what the file now described with dates, times, and artifacts that could be handled in court. Defense counsel, newly appointed, filed a preservation demand that mirrored the state's own instincts. Hold every sample, every interim report, every unedited recording. They also noticed expert access, the right to consult independent pathologists and forensic scientists, to observe destructive testing if any were contemplated, and to request duplicates of digital images for their own analysis. The case agent noted each request and routed it through discovery. This is how strong cases behave. They invite scrutiny and survive it. The discovery process began in earnest. Under Colorado's rules, the state must turn over reports, recordings, and lab results on a rolling basis. The first packet went out. The welfare check reports, the warrant returns, the initial lab certificates, the transcripts of recorded interviews. The kind of foundation that lets both sides tell a court without flinching that they know what the other knows. A protective order covered certain materials, graphic images, sensitive personal information, the exact coordinates of industrial infrastructure, balancing the defense's right to prepare with public safety and privacy. In the incident room, a wall map acquired new pins, not dramatic red strings, just GPS breadcrumbs from work vehicles plotted against the time windows now corroborated by device logs and video. It lets supervisors allocate resources without guesswork. Follow-up canvas here drone past there, a second soil core taken where the first had come back inconclusive. The lab's LIMS system, the database that tracks every submission and result, showed a queue of pending analyses. Mitochondrial DNA on a degraded sample, trace particulates from vehicle interiors, microfibers that might or might not speak once they were cleaned and mounted. Victim services stayed close to the family. Once the coroner released remains, arrangements moved forward under a gentler protocol. Private viewing scheduled to avoid media, security coordinated with the funeral home, transportation handled quietly. Paperwork no one ever imagined signing in their lifetime was set on tables and explained line by line. The advocate's job was not to blunt the truth, it was to make it bearable in pieces. At a scheduled press conference, the sheriff and the district attorney stood shoulder to shoulder, repetition by design. No new theories, no speculation, just confirmation of filed counts, an explanation of the next court dates, a restatement of the community's role in bringing forward videos and observations. Questions about motive were parried with the same answer. The courtroom is where those conversations belong. A promise was made and kept, to say only what could be proved and to say nothing that could jeopardize what had already been secured. Inside interview rooms, the work didn't stop. Secondary witnesses came back for clarifications, times narrowed, phrasing tightened, and one or two small contradictions resolved when phones were set beside memories. Detectives documented every correction without editorializing. Jurors forgive honest error. They do not forgive hidden edits. The case timeline, once a whiteboard sketch, became a printed chart with sources footnoted. Body-worn camera clips by timestamp, call logs by page, video stills by frame count. By week's end, the posture of the case had changed from search to proof. Not because anyone said it had, but because the record itself, photos, swabs, signatures, hashes, timestamps, could now carry weight without narration. The law's rhythm took over. Advisement completed, charges filed, discovery in motion, lab work ongoing. The community, still raw, settled into the slow burn of justice. No faster than caution, no slower than duty. What remained ahead was measured but immense. More lab returns, more disclosures, hearings on bond and evidentiary issues, and the decisions that belong only to prosecutors and defendants, trial or plea. But the foundation, those first, fragile days when a case can be lost by haste or hubris, had held. The evidence had begun to speak in its own language, the one juries respect, precise, unemotional, and impossible to unhear. The weekend after the arrest felt like the town had turned its volume down. Patrol cars still rolled, grocery doors still whooshed open, but every conversation ended at the same cul-de-sac. The house on Saratoga Trail, the industrial site on the prairie, and the courtroom where the next dates would be set in language that left no room for rumor. Inside the sheriff's building, the case agent started the day with a ritual that doesn't make the news. Read yesterday's reports end to end, mark gaps in red, assign fixes in black. This was the season of clarification, a time on a supplemental needs to match the body-worn camera timestamp. An interview summary needs the exact phrasing a witness used, not the paraphrase that crept in during transcription. The difference between about 5:15 and 5:17 seems petty until a defense expert pins an opinion on those 2 minutes. Homicide files are built for that future. The district attorney's office moved in parallel. Formal charges were prepared for filing on the record, every count tied to an element, every element cross-referenced to a piece of evidence that already existed or would be in hand before the first contested hearing. The language stayed sterile: first-degree murder counts, first-degree unlawful termination of pregnancy, tampering with a deceased human body. Each count stood alone. If a juror later found one wanting, the others would not collapse out of sympathy. That's not strategy, it's statute. Defense counsel did what competent defense counsel always does: slowed the case down to the speed of accuracy. A preservation demand arrived on the prosecutor's desk, referencing everything from latent lift cards to the temperature logs on the evidence refrigerators. They noticed their intent to seek independent forensic review, duplicate digital images, access for a consulting pathologist, and notice before any testing that would consume a sample. No one objected in principle. Cases that survive appellate review are the ones that invite inspection and keep immaculate notes about it. Back at the evidence lockers, the chain of custody read like a genealogy: who swabbed, who sealed, who booked, who released for testing, who returned to storage. A sergeant audited random items against the log. This wasn't about trust. It was about proving in court that the sweatshirt shown to the jury is the same one lifted from the laundry room, right down to the seal crease on the evidence tape. If a number was smudged, the label was replaced with the original taped beneath it, and a note entered. Someday, a defense lawyer would hold that bag up at shoulder height and ask the question that had to be answered without flinch. How do we know? The courtroom calendar kept its rhythm. An advisement had come and gone. Next came the first setting where counsel would address bond, discovery schedules, and whether the defense wanted a preliminary hearing, Colorado's filter for probable cause on the most serious charges. In a conference room behind the courtroom, the DA and case agent walked through options with a whiteboard and coffee that had cooled to room temperature. If the defense demanded a preliminary, the state would present only enough evidence to clear the low bar: the existence of crimes and reasonable grounds to believe the defendant committed them. Photographs, 1 or 2 witnesses, a detective to lock the timeline. No theatrics. Keep the story stitched, not sensational. The press kept knocking. Requests arrived for the probable cause affidavit, for audio of 911 calls, for copies of the warrants. The judge signed a protective order that balanced transparency against risk. Certain filings would remain sealed until searches concluded and next of kin had been notified. Others would be released with redactions to protect addresses, children's names, and industrial site coordinates. The order wouldn't win popularity contests online, but it would protect the case from being tried in pixels. In the lab, analysts pushed forward on the slow work that courtroom TV edits out. mtDNA on a compromised sample, microscopic fiber comparison where a single strand might correlate an interior space to a garment. trace particulates from a vehicle cargo area, dust that had to be washed, filtered, mounted on a slide, and then explained without overstating what it means. A senior analyst stopped by the case agent's desk and said the only thing that mattered, we'll call it when it's science. Translation: no overreach, no poetic language in a lab report, just findings that can survive cross-examination sentence by sentence. The industrial site still had a lane open on the task board. The environment's chemistry complicated everything. Oil obscures, dilutes, and degrades. A specialist from the state lab reviewed the sample preservation. Glass, not plastic. Headspace techniques where volatiles mattered. Refrigerated transit logs intact. Investigators documented the site as a workplace as much as a scene. Lockout/tagout sheets filed. Air monitors calibrated and logged. A company representative on the sign-in line every time a gate opened. Defense counsel would be entitled to inspect. The day they did, the paper trail needed to show the site was treated with the same discipline as a surgical theater. Victim services carried the weight that facts can't lighten. Family members, some local, some arriving as fast as airlines could bring them, met with advocates who translated criminal procedure into human terms. What a status conference is, what it means to waive time on a preliminary hearing, how victims' rights law guarantees notice and a voice at critical stages without forcing them to speak when they cannot. Arrangements were finalized with the coroner for the release of remains. Deputies in soft uniforms, no duty belt clatter, no radio chatter, handled transport with the kind of care only visible to those in the room. The community returned to the green space near the subdivision for a second vigil, quieter than the first, anchored less by shock and more by the stubborn human urge to stand together where the world broke. A chaplain said a few words that were not legal and not theoretical. Neighbors lit candles. A detective who had pulled a double shift watched from the sidewalk's shadow and then went back to the incident room because candles are good, but court deadlines are exact. The defendant's housing remained in administrative segregation. Classification: memos noted high-profile risks and safety checks at set intervals. Medical and mental health screenings were documented not because they were newsworthy, but because custody is a legal environment where documentation is defense, against liability, against rumor, against the gaps where bad facts can grow. The jail's legal mail log showed the expected uptick. Counsel in, counsel out, each envelope logged, each contact preserved from prying eyes by law. Behind closed doors, the first whispers of disposition reached the air, not as offers but as possibilities. Prosecutors spoke in contingencies. Would the families be willing to consider a resolution that avoided a trial? Would they tolerate a plea that carried maximum punishment without a capital count? In 2018, the death penalty still lived in the statute book, but it required decisions that stretched cases into years and families into knots. The DA's office promised itself, then the families, that no decision would be made without them. The file would be built with the same intensity either way. The truth had to be able to stand alone, whether a jury heard it or a defendant admitted it. Discovery rolled in waves. Audio of interviews, photos with embedded metadata, a spreadsheet of device events with hash values listed at the top of the file. Each production came with an index so defense counsel could find what mattered without guessing. The judge, at a routine status hearing, asked the question that keeps cases honest. Are both sides current? The DA said yes, with a caveat for lab work pending. The defense said they would advise if any items appeared missing. The record caught both answers because later matters now. The timeline, once a scrawl of boxes and arrows, became a printed bar chart with source notations in the margins. Where the neighbor's video ended, a carrier's log picked up. Where the phone's accelerometer slept, a garage sensor stirred. No one on the team called it a story anymore. Stories need protagonists. Timelines need only objects, events, and the discipline to resist what they can't support. And so the week ended not with a revelation, but with the slow, lawful tightening of a case that had to be built to survive more than headlines. Reports reconciled, evidence audited, charges filed, hearings calendared, families supported. In the quiet after the day's last status email, the case agent erased a corner of the whiteboard and wrote 2 words above the next list: "Prove it." The directive wasn't new, but now it was the only one that mattered. The next part of this story would be told in numbered exhibits and sworn answers, under a ceiling where truth is not tragic or dramatic. It is simply required. The next court date arrived with the quiet gravity that follows every high-profile arrest. It wasn't a trial. It wasn't even a hearing on contested facts. It was a status setting, the kind that knots together deadlines so the law can move at the speed of due process rather than rumor. Counsel announced appearances. The judge confirmed that Rule 16 discovery, Colorado's obligation for the state to disclose reports, recordings, and lab work, was flowing on schedule, and a new date was set for anything that might be argued in earnest. Bond posture, preliminary hearing logistics, and the slow choreography of expert testing that consumes samples and therefore requires notice. In the hallway afterward, the case agent flattened a folded timeline against the wall and traced 3 lanes with a fingertip: forensics, digital, procedural. Forensics meant the lab Q, confirmatory serology, DNA comparisons, fiber microscopy still waiting on mounting medium, and a report from the state chemist about sample integrity from the industrial site. Digital meant handset extractions, health app step counts, Wi-Fi associations, and carrier records that don't put a dot on a map so much as draw a corridor through which a device must have passed. Procedural meant the calendar, advisement completed, discovery rolling, next hearing in weeks, and a contingency plan if the defense demanded a preliminary hearing on the Class 1 counts. The preliminary hearing, if it came, would be narrow by design, probable cause only. The state would call what the law requires and nothing more. A detective to stitch the timeline, a lab analyst to say what the science says and no further, perhaps a neighbor to authenticate the video clip that had anchored so many arrows on the incident room whiteboard. No theatrics, no argument about motive. If the judge found probable cause, and the standard is lower than beyond a reasonable doubt, the case would be bound over for arraignment in district court. If the defense waived the hearing, the case would take the same path without the testimony. Either way, the calendar moved. Back at the sheriff's office, the chain of custody audit began, an internal ritual that looks like busywork to outsiders and like survival to anyone who has testified under cross. Every bag, every seal, every signature was reconciled against the evidence management system. When a label showed wear from handling, the sergeant directed a rebag, original inside a fresh outer with a memo documenting the reason, initials, date, and time. It's not paranoia. It's the antidote to the moment a defense lawyer raises an eyebrow and asks, "How do we know this is the same item?" The medical examiner's final packets were delivered to the DA's office with signed certifications. Cause and manner as previously briefed. Homicidal violence consistent with strangulation for the adult victim, asphyxia consistent with smothering for the children. The reports leaned on anatomy, not adjectives, petechiae patterns, soft tissue findings, the exclusion of accidental mechanisms. Toxicology returned without surprises. The state would not overread any of it. Jurors respect restraint, courts require it. At the industrial site, secondary collection unfolded under the same twin regimes, safety and evidence, that had governed the first day. Lockout/tagout sheets were signed and filed. Air monitors chirped softly, their logs printed and stapled to the scene packet. Soil cores went deeper by a measured increment at a location the first pass had left ambiguous. A defense investigator with court-ordered access walked the perimeter and took notes. This wasn't performative. It meant that when experts met in court months later, they would be arguing over the same ground rather than different memories. The defense calendar filled with parallel tasks, engagement letters to independent pathologists and digital analysts, a stipulation draft about sharing forensic images, bit-for-bit copies verified by hash so no one touches an original device. and a hold harmless agreement so defense experts could view certain sensitive materials at the DA's office without creating derivative copies that would leak into a world that can't unsee. A protective order already in place was refined to fence off children's names and personal identifiers from public filing. The law can be public and still protect dignity. It just takes more paperwork. In the DA's suite, a charging memorandum hardened. The elements were laid out like a scaffold. First-degree murder, CRS Section 183102, on multiple counts. First-degree unlawful termination of pregnancy, CRS Section 1835-103. Tampering with a deceased human body, CRS Section 18-8-610, 5. And beneath each element, bullet points keyed to exhibits numbered, dated, and sourced. No theories, acts, and proof. A paragraph near the end flagged issues for later hearings. Miranda voluntariness if statements were offered. Rule 404. B. Boundaries if any other act's evidence ever became relevant. And Rule 702/Daubertrek competency for niche forensic opinions if either side reached for methods beyond the ordinary. The victim services team moved in lockstep with the calendar. Families were briefed privately about what preliminary hearings are and are not, how arraignment differs from advisement, and why sometimes the most merciful course for them is to skip a public probable cause presentation that will one day be told more completely at trial, or, if the law allows and the family's assent, never be told in a courtroom at all. They weren't asked to make decisions. They were given the vocabulary to make them later. In town, the second wave of grief rearranged itself into logistics, memorial dates, travel for relatives, the mechanics of laying people to rest when the word rest feels like a lie. Deputies in soft uniforms coordinated escorts at odd hours to avoid cameras, church doors unlocked and locked on special schedules, a chaplain's phone that never seemed to stop lighting up. This layer of the work leaves no report number and no chain of custody tag, but it carries the same obligation to be exact. The press pushed for unsealing. The judge reviewed the file and unsealed a narrow band of documents, caption, charges, and certain warrants with addresses and sensitive coordinates redacted, leaving the rest closed while searches continued and while the state prepared to meet its disclosure duties in a forum that has rules. Reporters asked about motive. The sheriff declined the invitation gently. The DA did the same, adding the sentence that matters. We will present what we can prove in court. It sounds like a slogan until you've watched a case founder on speculation. Inside interview rooms, detectives worked clarifications, an hour adjusted by 2 minutes to match a doorbell camera's stamped time, a pronoun in a witness paraphrase replaced with the exact name spoken. It seems fussy until you have lived through a suppression hearing where a judge tests credibility with a jeweler's loupe. By week's end, the decision tree looked brutally simple. One branch led to a preliminary hearing, then arraignment, case management, motions, trial, and the years that follow hard verdicts. The other branch led to negotiation, not as a bargain with truth, but as a recognition that the law can reach its full measure without asking families to sit in a courtroom and hear their lives reduced to exhibits. In this jurisdiction and this year, capital punishment was still a statutory possibility. Its invocation would govern everything, from venue fights to appellate timelines, and stretch grief along a timeline measured in a decade instead of a year. Prosecutors spoke the possibilities to families plainly, and promised the same thing investigators had promised from the start. Whatever path was chosen, the file would be built so that proof did the talking and procedure guarded it. The incident room closed that Friday with a ritual that had become habit. The case agent wiped the whiteboard clean except for the 3 columns now written in a steadier hand. Prove, protect, prepare. Under prove, lab returns pending, digital overlays complete, witness lists tightened. Under protect, seals reviewed, discovery indexed, protective orders current. Under prepare, hearing outlines drafted, exhibits pre-marked, families briefed. Outside, the subdivision's sprinklers clicked on, just as they had in the first hour of this story. Inside, the machine of law kept its unglamorous promise, to move forward only as fast as accuracy allows. The next setting looked like any other square on a county calendar, 30 minutes slotted between a probation revocation and a property crimes plea. But everyone in the hallway understood it carried more weight than its font size. Counsel checked in with the clerk, the court reporter tested levels, and the bailiff's voice dropped a half tone when he called the case. The judge took appearances and went straight to the two questions that decide whether a case sprints or paces: preliminary hearing and discovery status. Colorado procedure makes the prelim a filter for Class 1 felonies, probable cause, not proof beyond a reasonable doubt. The standard is low, the testimony sparse, and the record utilitarian. Defense counsel asked for the podium and, after conferring, waived the hearing. It was not an admission, it was a move. Waiver kept the state's witnesses off the stand, kept early cross-examination out of the transcript, and moved the file up to district court without previewing testimony a jury might one day hear. On discovery, the prosecutor spoke in the language of deadlines. Additional lab certificates rolling within 10 days. Full digital extractions disclosed as forensic images with hash verification. Supplemental reports from the industrial site packaged under the existing protective order to shield coordinates and workplace safety details. Defense counsel confirmed receipt and flagged 2 items: notice before any consumptive testing and a timetable for defense expert access to the state's evidence room. The judge entered both on the minute order, the kind of line a later appellate panel will look for and nod at. Back at the sheriff's building, the case agent ran the quiet audit that separates careful files from merely thick ones. Body-worn camera logs were matched to catalog numbers. Every clip start, clip end time met a report. Jail calls, publicly warned as recorded and discoverable, were flagged for relevance and queued for legal review before disclosure. A sergeant spot-checked evidence refrigerators for temperature logs, signatures lined up, the thermometer's daily scrawl unbroken. None of this moves a headline. All of it moves a case. The medical examiner met with the prosecution team in a windowless conference room and walked, slide by slide, through anatomy instead of adjectives. Findings were explained the way courts require: what was observed, what those findings support, what they do not prove, and how alternative explanations were considered and excluded. No drama, no speculation. The DA's trial lawyer noted the answers that would become direct examination, and just as carefully, the phrases to avoid because precision is more persuasive than volume. On another floor, digital forensics finalized the first full handset timelines. Health app steps, Wi-Fi associations, notification pings that never lit a lock screen, columns in a spreadsheet that would one day be printed 10 feet wide for a jury. A detective overlaid the neighbor's driveway video times with the carrier's call detail record intervals. The fit wasn't cinematic, it was consistent, which is more valuable in court than a clip that looks dramatic and stands alone. The industrial site lane closed its loop. Secondary soil cores came back logged and cleanly documented. Volatile samples were stored in glass, chain of custody intact. Safety paperwork, lockout/tagout, gas monitor calibration sheets, visitor sign-ins, was 3-hole punched into the scene binder. If the defense brought an industrial hygienist later, the state could show the site had been treated as both workplace and crime scene with equal discipline. In the jail, classification held the defendant in administrative segregation. Mental health checks and medical passes were written down to the minute because custody is a ledger as much as a lock. Legal mail flowed unreleased, as the law requires. Visits were logged, and the log itself became part of the case's paper ecosystem, not for spectacle, but because trial dates make even mundane records relevant. The defense built its parallel track without public narration. Mitigation specialists began interviews that never show up at trial unless a case resolves by plea. Childhood histories, employment records, mental health evaluations, materials that do not excuse acts but sometimes explain sentencing choices. A consulting pathologist reviewed autopsy packets. A digital expert scheduled time to examine forensic images under supervision. None of this changed the elements of the charges. All of it prepared counsel for the fork in the road that every homicide case reaches. That fork arrived, tentatively, as a conversation rather than an announcement. In a meeting that included the DA, the case agent, and a victim advocate, prosecutors laid out the choices the law permits. One path led to trial, motions on Miranda voluntariness. The record had advisements and signatures, in limine boundaries for polygraph references, generally inadmissible, and tight rulings on Rule 404(b) if either side reached for other acts evidence. That path also led to years, the slow burn of capital-eligible litigation in a state that, in that year, still had the death penalty in its statute book. The other path led to a negotiated resolution that would require a full acceptance of responsibility, no factual disputes, and a sentence structure that recognized every life taken and every harm done, multiple life terms and consecutive years on non-homicide counts. No promises were made in that room. A promise had already been made elsewhere, to put the families first in any decision that would fix the case's destiny. In the community, grief reorganized itself into tasks. Memorials concluded, estates opened, daycare bills arriving at mailboxes that felt wrong to touch. The victim services team stayed present in the unglamorous ways that matter most, explaining court notices that read like another language, coordinating with employers, making sure a relative didn't have to walk past cameras to pick up certified copies they never wanted to own. This is also part of a homicide file, even if it never becomes an exhibit. The court entered the next dates: arraignment in district court, status conferences bracketed around the lab's remaining deliverables, and a motions deadline penciled in with the understanding that the defense might steer the case off that track. Outside, the mast of a news truck telescoped down. Inside, a clerk slid a manila folder into a drawer labeled with a case number that would be said softly in that building for years. By the end of the week, the whiteboard in the incident room carried a different energy. The columns prove, protect, prepare now had check marks instead of blanks. Under prove, autopsy certified, digital overlay complete, scene work closed. Under protect, seals reviewed, redactions double-checked, discovery indices current. Under prepare, arraignment outline drafted, witness travel held in pencil not ink, families briefed on both possible futures. No one wrote the word end. Homicide cases do not end. They resolve by verdict, by plea, by the quiet filing that fixes a sentence in the only ledger the law is allowed to keep. The next part of this story would say which one. The move to district court changed the room but not the gravity. Fluorescence hummed, a seal hung over the bench, and a calendar clerk shuffled color-tabbed files that looked interchangeable until you read the names. The defendant entered from the side door in a jail uniform, shackles muted by carpet. Family sat in the gallery, some with hands clasped, some staring through the air as if a different future might still be coaxed into place. Arraignment is ceremony with teeth. The judge confirmed identities, appointed counsel on the record, and read out the charging instrument count by count. First-degree murder on multiple victims, first-degree unlawful termination of pregnancy, and tampering with a deceased human body. Each title landed without embellishment. The defense, as expected, entered a not guilty plea at this time, the phrase lawyers use when the calendar still has more to say than the parties do. The court set a case management date and carved out deadlines. Motions in 60 days, responses 30 after that. A tentative trial window held in the outer months like a lighthouse no one was sure they'd ever sail toward. Procedure took its turns. The judge reviewed the protective order already in place, redactions for children's identifiers, sealed coordinates for the industrial site, limited access conditions for graphic materials, and extended it to the district court case number. On discovery, the prosecutor recited the file's state with bookkeeper precision. Welfare check reports and body-worn camera clips disclosed, warrant returns cataloged, forensic image hashes listed and verified, autopsy packets and lab certificates rolling as they finalize. Defense counsel asked for 2 additions every seasoned judge expects: codified notice of consumptive testing and a standing order for defense expert access to the evidence room under supervision. Both granted. The record swelled by a few careful lines that would matter months later when someone asked, were the rules followed? Down the hall, after the hearing, the district attorney stepped into a small conference room with the case agent and a victim advocate. The talk was not about theater, it was about timelines and thresholds. If the case kept to the trial track, the state would file motions in limine to keep out what the law excludes, references to any polygraph, speculation about motive beyond admissible statements, and photos whose probative value risked being outweighed by shock. The defense would likely challenge the voluntariness of statements with a Miranda hearing, test search warrants under the Fourth Amendment's particularity and probable cause requirements, and if they chose, move to exclude niche forensic opinions under Colorado's Rule 702/Shrek standard. None of this was dramatic. All of it was the work. Back at the sheriff's office, the discovery machine hit its stride. A deputy DA and the case agent ran a page-to-page reconciliation. Every interview CD matched to a transcript. Every photo set cross-checked against a scene sketch. Every item of physical evidence squared to its tag, seal, and log entry. When a latent card number looked transposed in a supplemental, the tech who lifted it initialed a corrective memo and taped the original notation under the corrected envelope. Future-proofing against the day, a defense lawyer would hold the card up and ask, eyebrow arched, "Which number is it?" This is what it means to build a case that can carry its own weight. Science kept speaking in its small, conclusive voice. Confirmatory serology firmed up presumptive hits. mtDNA rescued a degraded sample enough to place it in a family tree. Fiber microscopy returned a sentence that wasn't exciting to read, but will be devastating when walked into a timeline. A trace consistent with transfer from a documented interior space to a vehicle cargo area during a narrow window the digital record already circled. Analysts resisted flourish. They wrote what they could prove and stopped where the data did. The digital lane, already robust, tightened. Forensic images of devices were now accompanied by event spreadsheets, notifications that never displayed because the phone was powered down, health app step counts that rose when a person should have been asleep, Wi-Fi associations showing a handset at home when another claim placed it elsewhere, and carrier records that drew corridors rather than dots but still contradicted an innocent narrative. A detective layered these against the neighbor's driveway video, not to dramatize, but to harmonize the story the artifacts told independently. On the other side of the aisle, the defense team deepened its parallel file. A mitigation specialist started the quiet interviews that never make the news, school records, employment histories, mental health notes, material that doesn't change elements but may one day inform sentencing posture. A consulting pathologist booked time to examine the autopsy packets and photos in the DA's office. A digital expert scheduled a supervised review of the forensic images, verifying hashes before opening a single log. Competent defense is not a loophole. It's the crucible that leaves only what can withstand heat. The community moved from vigil to ritual. Services were held with escorts that avoided the cameras. A chaplain spoke at a private gathering where official statements were unnecessary because everyone already knew. Deputies in soft uniforms handled logistics as if logistics could soften anything. In the days after, the victim advocate translated institutional language into sentences families could carry. What arraignment completed, what case management means, how victims' rights guarantees notice and participation without demanding public speech. Phone calls were returned even when there was nothing new to say, because silence hurts in its own way. A whisper of resolution entered the air, not as a promise, but as a possibility. The DA, mindful of the law as it stood that year, outlined choices with the families in plain words. A trial track that would be long, public, and relentless, or a plea track that would demand full responsibility, foreclose appeal, and impose multiple life sentences plus consecutive years on non-homicide counts. an outcome that measures justice in certainty rather than spectacle. No decisions were made in that room. One commitment was renewed: families first. Court set a motions date and held a long trial block on the calendar, knowing calendars are scaffolds, not predictions. Reporters filed short pieces heavy on logistics and light on speculation. The judge's orders had made sure of that. Online, theories burned themselves out against the steady drip of official filings that said little but said it exactly. The day closed, as they all did, in the incident room under three headings that had stopped being aspirational and become operational: prove, protect, prepare, prove. Lab returns logged, digital overlays finalized, witness lists winnow to the ones who speak in artifacts, not adjectives. Protect, seals and redactions reviewed, discovery indices current, orders in place to keep emotion from contaminating evidence. Prepare, motions drafted, experts calendared, families briefed for the next hearing and the one after that. Arraignment did not answer why. Courts rarely do. What it did, what it is designed to do, was fix the corners of the frame so the picture inside can no longer be warped by rumor or wish. From here, the choices narrow, the record hardens, and the story belongs less to voices and more to exhibits, dates, times, signatures, and the cold, steady language of the law. District Court turns homicide into paperwork and oaths. After arraignment, the case shifted into what prosecutors nickname motion season, the stretch where law more than narrative decides what the jury will and will not see. It is not glamorous, it is decisive. The judge set 3 tracks. First, constitutional questions, statements, searches, and the boundaries of interrogation. Second, scientific reliability, what comes in under Colorado Rule 702/Shrek and what stays out as overreach. Third, evidence housekeeping, Rule 401 relevance, 402 admissibility, 403 prejudice balancing, 404b other acts limits, and 615 sequestration so witnesses don't tailor testimony to each other. Counsel nodded. Everyone in the room had lived this calendar before. Voluntariness and Miranda. The defense filed a motion to suppress the defendant's statements, arguing that stress, exhaustion, and the atmosphere of the interview suite undercut voluntariness. The state answered with the record it had been building since hour one. Signed Miranda advisements read from a card on video, explicit acknowledgments that questioning was voluntary, breaks logged, water offered and accepted, a clear transition when the interview crossed into custodial. The legal question is whether a person later regrets speaking. It's whether, under the totality of circumstances, the will was overborne. The hearing date went on the calendar. Detectives blocked the morning and prepped not for drama, but for questions asked a dozen different ways that all mean the same thing. Did you follow policy because policy is the law's skeleton here? Search and seizure. A separate motion targeted the warrants, arguing that the first consent-based walkthrough tainted later searches, and that the affidavits for the home, vehicles, and the industrial site lacked particularity. The prosecution's reply was the kind of careful timeline jurists appreciate. Consent documented on body-worn cameras. The moment consent ended noted and frozen. Warrants drafted with probable cause anchored to observed facts, purse, phone, medication left behind, digital inactivity, neighbor video. An execution by day, scope limited to enumerated items, devices, trace, documents that ground a timeline. The state added a frank safeguard. Even striking any arguable surplusage, probable cause remained. Science under oath. If the courtroom is where stories are forbidden to outrun facts, motions on science are where facts must prove their facts. Analysts from the state lab submitted CVs and methodological summaries, DNA with clear chains and control samples, serology with confirmatory testing, fiber microscopy explained in conservative terms, consistent with, never match, to the exclusion of all other sources, digital forensics backed by right-blocked imaging and hash verification so not a single bit could be accused of moving after seizure. The industrial site evidence got its own packet, lockout/tagout sheets, gas monitor logs, proper glass vials for volatiles, cold chain documentation. The message was simple. We didn't just collect, we preserved. Pretrial publicity. The defense asked for tighter controls on public filings and press conferences. The judge revisited the protective order. Maintain redactions, children's identifiers, specific coordinates, seal any exhibit that risks gratuitous shock, and discourage commentary that would read like a closing argument in the press. Change of venue was tabled, premature until voir dire showed whether a fair jury could be impaneled in county. Everyone understood the subtext. The remedy for publicity is jury selection, not a gag that starves a community of lawful updates. Discovery and the ledger. Colorado's Rule 16 discovery grind was now a cadence. The state tendered another tranche, lab certificates with bench notes, full forensic images for defense experts under a viewing protocol, complete body-worn camera indices, scene photos with embedded metadata. Each package opened with an index and hash values for digital evidence. Defense counsel's reciprocal notices landed too, intent to call a consulting pathologist if needed, a digital examiner to review extraction logs, and a mitigation specialist, signals of prudence, not theatrics. The judge asked the same question at every status conference. Are both sides current? Both sides answered on the record because months later an appellate panel will read those lines like scripture, the people pieces. While lawyers argued doctrine, the victim services team kept the human geometry intact, preparing families for the sterile phrasing that fills autopsy reports, explaining how a suppression hearing is about rules, not results, arranging courthouse routes that kept cameras as far from grief as walls could manage. Deputies in soft uniforms handled escorts. A chaplain learned to translate continuance into sentences that didn't sting. Inside the defense room, mitigation interviews deepened, school records, employment histories, mental health evaluations. None of it contested elements. All of it prepared for the fork every homicide case reaches, trial or plea. Defense experts scheduled supervised time to examine forensic images, verifying hashes before opening a single SQLite database. A pathologist reviewed the autopsy packet and made the call that competent experts make when the findings are sound, focused not on disputing the obvious, but on keeping language accurate. Plea weather. In the DA's suite, conversation stayed careful. In that year, the statute book still carried the death penalty, but it was a road measured in decades and appeals. Another path existed, a global plea guilty to all counts, no trial, no appeal, multiple life sentences plus consecutive years on non-homicide charges. Nothing would be offered or accepted without the families. The DA repeated the office's rule, families first. If they wanted trial, the file was being built to travel the distance. If they wanted certainty now, the law could deliver it without a jury's verdict. The timeline hardens. Meanwhile, the spine of the case, the timeline went from whiteboard to exhibit draft. Cell sector corridors laid next to driveway video stamps, health app steps against garage cycles, Wi-Fi associations against claimed whereabouts. Each entry footnoted to its source, page, frame, packet, hash. The case agent practiced explaining it like a map, not a movie. Jurors trust maps, dates stacked up. Miranda voluntariness hearing in 4 weeks. Shrek reliability hearing the week after. A Rule 403/404B session to fence off speculation. The judge warned, continuances would be earned, not assumed. Speedy trial clocks were told by stipulation but not forgotten. The court's patience was not indefinite. And then, a small sentence changed the room's temperature. Defense counsel told the court they were engaged in meaningful discussions with the prosecution and requested that the court reserve a plea setting on the calendar alongside the motion's dates. No promises, just prudence. The judge granted the hold. Reporters wrote one-paragraph updates heavy on civics, light on heat. In hallways and kitchens, families weighed the difference between a verdict shouted at noon and a sentence entered in a quiet voice that carried the same finality. Motion season does not answer why. It answers what the jury will be allowed to consider, as it asks that question for itself. Or, if the families choose a different path, it ensures that the record is strong enough that a courtroom can accept a plea and pronounce a sentence with the calm authority that only lawful proof can give. The hallway outside district court smelled like old paper and coffee gone to bark. Inside, the docket ticked forward in ordinary increments until counsel asked for a sidebar that was anything but. The defense reported meaningful discussions had ripened. The prosecution asked to reserve a change of plea setting beside the still scheduled motions. Nothing promised, everything implied. The judge penciled in a date and spoke carefully about crim. P11 requirements. A plea in Colorado must be knowing, voluntary, and supported by a factual basis the court can accept under oath. That afternoon, the district attorney sat with the case agent and a victim advocate in a room where the blinds always seemed half-closed. A draft agreement lay face down on the table until the families arrived. Words were plain, as they have to be when law meets loss. A global plea to the homicide counts and related felonies. No trial. Life sentences without the possibility of parole on the murder counts. Additional years on the non-homicide counts. And a commitment from the state not to seek the one punishment that in that year still existed in the statute book but would stretch grief across a decade of appellate seasons. The promise was renewed, families first. The DA would not file, accept, or announce anything until the people who'd carry the sentence longest had spoken. Across town, the defense did its own ritual inventory. A mitigation specialist closed her notebook. The consulting pathologist returned a short email that said the clinical thing no one wants to hear. The findings will hold. And a digital examiner confirmed the hash values on the state's forensic images matched down to the last character. Counsel reviewed the rights a plea would waive. The right to a jury, to confront witnesses, to compel witnesses, to remain silent, to hold the state to proof beyond a reasonable doubt. They explained without spin that a plea would end appeals as cleanly as it ended trial. On the calendar date, the motions hearings didn't begin. They emptied. The court called the case and, after appearances, asked a single clarifying question that turned the room's temperature down. Are we proceeding under Rule 11 today? Heads nodded. The defendant stood at a microphone that always makes voices sound smaller than the body they come from. The judge began the colloquy, a long, careful walk through rights and consequences. Do you understand the charges? The possible penalties? That parole is not a concept attached to these counts. That immigration, if applicable, can be affected. That there will be no trial and no appeal. Each answer was quiet and recorded. The judge asked about medication, sleep, threats, promises beyond the four corners of the agreement. The defense said the word that matters most in plea law, voluntary. Then the thing that looks like procedure but is actually the pivot, the factual basis. The prosecutor spoke in the tense and tone the law requires. No flourish, no amplification, setting out dates, places, acts. The words were clinical because the court needs elements, not adjectives. The deaths of an adult and two minor children. Intent proved by acts before and after. The pregnancy ended by violence. The post-crime movement and concealment of remains. For each count, the DA pointed to evidence categories, autopsy findings, scene work, digital timelines, admissions, enough to let the court say out loud that a jury could convict if asked to try. The defense did not dispute the basis. The judge turned to the defendant and asked the hardest questions in criminal procedure to answer without shaking. How do you plead? And then, are you in fact guilty? The answers were the same single word. Paper moved. The court accepted the plea, finding it knowing, intelligent, and voluntary, supported by a factual basis made of exhibits already logged and witnesses already prepped. Sentencing was set far enough out to allow a pre-sentence investigation, victim impact statements, and the logistics that follow a case with cameras. Motions died on the vine. The suppression fight and the Shrek hearing became moot because trials need rulings and pleas need only records. In the sheriff's building, it didn't feel like victory. It felt like documentation. The case agent updated the index. Motions vacated. Rule 11 transcript ordered. Judgment of conviction pending. The evidence room stayed sealed because plea or trial, chain of custody lives the same life. A deputy DA drafted the sentencing memo, mandatory life terms on the murder counts, recommendations that the non-homicide counts run consecutively, the statutory citations that make paperwork into punishment. No rhetoric, just lines the clerk can enter into the ledger without wondering what anyone meant. Victim services began a different kind of preparation. They explained allocution, the right to speak at sentencing in words that are not testimony but still belong in the record. They offered choices: speak or ask the DA to read, appear in person or on video, write it once or not at all. The advocate arranged quiet rooms, staggered times, and a route into the courthouse that didn't teach cameras anything they hadn't already taken. The defense assembled its small, necessary packet. In a case with mandatory life terms, there's no argument over ranges, but there is still a human being to present to a court. Family letters, mental health evaluations, employment histories. The thin shade of context that doesn't change a sentence but sometimes changes a tone. Counsel reviewed custodial logistics with classification, placement, mental health access, the administrative segregation that tends to follow names the public recognizes. Reporters wrote it up in the narrow language judges prefer: guilty as charged, life without parole, sentencing set. The court reminded counsel on the record that victim photographs used at sentencing must be restrained, images of life, not instruments of shock. The DA nodded. This office had already promised itself it would never trade decorum for 12 seconds on the evening news. That night, the incident room whiteboard was almost bare. The three headings remained: prove, protect, prepare. Under prove, a single check mark. Proof had been accepted by the only audience that now mattered: the court. Under protect, a line or two to govern the evidence archive and the release of public records once the last seal order lifted. Under prepare, the list was short but heavy: coordinate allocution, finalize the sentencing memorandum, and write the letter no one trains for. Thank you to the neighbor who shared his video, to the friend who insisted on a welfare check, to the patrol officer who followed policy like it was a lifeline. The law's arc in this chapter bent toward a sentence rather than a verdict, not because the case became less true, but because truth was strong enough to be admitted. What remains is the ceremony the system keeps for endings: a courtroom, a bench, a record, and a judgment spoken once so the whole town can finally exhale, knowing that, in the ledger that counts, the dates will never change again. The courthouse filled the way winter does, quietly, then all at once. A bailiff checked names against a short list while the hallway softened to whispers. Inside, the bench copy of the pre-sentence investigation report sat in a blue folder at the judge's elbow. Colorado procedure required it even when the sentence was foregone. Formality is how the law shows its respect for the irreversible. The clerk called the case. Counsel announced appearances. The defendant took his chair in a jail uniform, shackles muted by carpet, and the practiced movements of deputies who do this without drawing attention. The judge began with the checklist that turns a hearing into a record. Notice to victims under Colorado Victims' Rights Act, confirmed. Receipt of the Rule 32 report, confirmed. Any objections to factual statements in the report, none that mattered to the law's next step. The district attorney rose first, not to retry what a plea had already ended, but to fix the facts in the sentencing record. The narrative was clinical because it had to be. A pregnant woman killed in her home, 2 small children smothered, post-crime concealment at an industrial site, recovery under warrant and protocol, proof built from autopsy findings, digital timelines, and corroborated statements. No adjectives, only elements and exhibits. Then came the state's position. Mandatory life sentences on the murder counts as required by statute, with additional terms, measured in decades, on the non-homicide offenses to run consecutively, not because time can add up to something equal to loss, but because the law insists each harm be counted. Victim impact followed, guarded by the court's ground rules. Photos of life, birthdays, a sunburnt picnic, a lopsided school project, were allowed because the law permits human context, not spectacle. A relative spoke without notes, hands steady on the lectern. The words were simple, names, the shape of routines now missing, the silence in a house that still smells like crayons, the arithmetic of mornings that no longer need lunch boxes. Another statement was read by the victim advocate for a family member who could not bring a voice to the room. None of it asked the court to do anything beyond what the statute already demanded. All of it asked the court to see. Defense counsel stood and did the job the system requires. There was no argument over range. The statutes were the statutes. Counsel offered what remains when outcomes are fixed: a short acknowledgement of responsibility, letters from relatives who remembered a different decade, a request that the record reflect steps taken to avoid a trial. The defendant was asked if he wished to allocute. For a long moment the courtroom heard only HVAC and the muffled blip of a recorder's light. Then a few words came, quiet, unadorned, without the power to alter a single line on the charging sheet. The judge thanked him for speaking because that is what the record requires, not because it changes the calculation. The sentencing itself unfolded like architecture, measured, load-bearing, built to stand appeal without repair. On the first-degree murder counts, the court imposed life imprisonment without the possibility of parole, specifying separate and consecutive terms to reflect distinct victims. On the alternative murder counts charged under different theories, concurrent life terms, as the law often arranges overlapping elements. For unlawful termination of pregnancy, a lengthy consecutive term, the court said it aloud, not as an add-on, but as recognition of a life lost that the homicide statute does not itself name. On tampering with a deceased human body, additional consecutive years for each act of concealment, because the law requires the pattern to be counted as acts, not as a single shadow. Mandatory surcharges and fees were recited, credit for time served recorded with the precision of a ledger. The judge explained the reasoning the way Colorado judges do when the record must speak for itself years later. Aggravation, multiple victims, vulnerability of children, concealment that multiplied harm, the breach of trust that turned a home into a crime scene, mitigation such as it existed, early acceptance of responsibility sparing families a trial and preserving resources for a system that measures itself in calendars and caseloads. The court found that aggravation overwhelmed mitigation but noted the plea as a real thing, not a footnote. Order followed the words. The defendant was remanded to the Department of Corrections. Classification officers would determine placement. Given notoriety and risk, protective housing was likely. The judge signed the mittimus, the document that transfers a person from a county jail's daybook to the state's long ledger, and ordered that evidence remain preserved under seal except as later released by law. A brief discussion addressed public records. Certain affidavits and audio would unseal in time, redacted to protect dignity and sensitive coordinates. Autopsy images and particular exhibits would remain shielded because the public's right to know ends where dehumanization begins. When the gavel fell, softly, once, the courtroom did not exhale so much as depressurize. Deputies moved with the same unremarkable efficiency they had brought all year. The families were escorted to a quiet room where the victim advocate translated procedure into endings. Certified copies available within days, how to register for post-conviction notifications even when the sentence reads never, what final means in a state where life without parole is not a phrase but a policy. Downstairs, the case agent walked the incident room whiteboard one last time. Under prove, a single line remained. Judgment entered. Under protect, evidence archived, seals cataloged, release schedule mapped against statute. Under prepare, a short list, property returns for items that could be released to families, notifications to partner agencies closed out, and a set of letters the team had promised themselves they would write regardless of outcome. To the neighbor whose camera held the first breadcrumb, to the friend whose insistence on a welfare check shifted a timeline, to patrol officers who treated a tidy house like a possible crime scene, because the absence of chaos is sometimes the first sign you have to see. Outside, the subdivision's evening sprinklers clicked on the way they had in the first chapter of this story. In the months to come, reporters would move on, calendars would fill with other names, and the file would settle into a climate-controlled room with thousands like it. But in the only ledger that matters, the one with dates, signatures, and a judgment that cannot be walked back, the case now occupied a single, complete page. There would be no appeals about verdict forms, no retrial dates to mark, no anniversary hearings. Just the quiet arithmetic of a sentence designed to hold. A town does not heal from something like this, it adapts. Mailboxes still open, porches still take the weight of morning coffee, birthdays still come with odd numbers. What the system owed, truth proven lawfully, dignity protected, a sentence that speaks clearly, was paid in full, recorded line by line. And for the people who stood in that courtroom and said names into a microphone that made their voices sound smaller than their loss, the law did the most it can ever do. It made the ending official. Sentencing ends the courtroom story. It begins the paper one. The morning after judgment, the mitimus moved by courier from the clerk's office to the jail, then by transport van to the Department of Corrections. A chain measured in signatures, not miles. Intake felt clinical. Medical screening, mental health eval, photographs, fingerprints again because redundancy is how the state refuses error. Classification noted the obvious, protective housing required due to notoriety, and stamped a temporary placement that would become permanent after the committee met. Nothing here is improvisation. Corrections lives on procedure because procedure is what stands between order and noise. Back in the county, the courthouse pivoted from open doors to records. The judge's standing protective orders remained. Autopsy photos sealed, sensitive coordinates redacted, children's identifiers shielded. Certain affidavits unsealed on a schedule, their paragraphs blacked out where dignity demanded. Reporters queued lawful requests under Colorado's open records rules. The clerk answered with certified copies that said precisely what happened and refused to say what the law does not allow. Transparency in this phase is not a spotlight. It's a ledger. The evidence room became a library. Items with no evidentiary value beyond photography, household goods, benign paperwork, were inventoried for return to next of kin, with a victim advocate present and a deputy there to translate policy into kindness. Exhibits with biological material went into long storage under a retention schedule keyed to life of the offender, because life without parole converts calendars into obligations that outlast careers. When property could not or should not be returned, some things are too freighted to cross a threshold again. The sheriff's office documented disposition with the same care they used to bag it. Reason, authority, date, initials. Victim services did not clock out. They moved from trial prep to the long road. Enrollment in post-conviction notification systems. Explanations of how never works in a state that means it. Contact lists that will outlive personnel rosters. They scheduled a quiet hour for families to pick up certified copies of the judgment and sentence and arranged escorts that avoided cameras. They did the bureaucracy with tenderness. Benefit applications, leave from work letters, introductions to counselors who understand grief that doesn't follow stages so much as seasons. The district attorney closed lanes with the formality justice owes itself. A letter went to partner agencies, Frederick PD, the Colorado Bureau of Investigation, the FBI, thanking them and confirming there would be no appeal, therefore no need to hold travel funds or witness calendars in reserve. Another letter, shorter, went to the neighbor whose driveway camera offered the first breadcrumb, and to the friend whose insistence on a welfare check held the line between worry and action. A third went inward, acknowledging patrol officers who treated a tidy home like a possible scene, because experience teaches that the absence of chaos can be the first sign of harm. Inside the sheriff's building, the case agent ran the after-action debrief. Not a victory lap, an audit. What worked? Early consent documentation on body-worn cameras. The quick pivot to warrants when consent ended. The disciplined separation of search to locate from search to seize. What could tighten? faster syncing of private camera timestamps, a checklist for industrial site safety paperwork that rides with the first unit to any workplace scene, a standing playbook for digital overlays, door cam, Wi-Fi associations, health app steps, carrier corridors, so detectives don't reinvent the tool on each case. The memo would feed in-service training, where the next case's rookie would learn lessons paid for here. Civil lanes, quiet but real, opened. A probate filing established the victim's estates. Wrongful death paperwork, if any, traveled on a schedule different from the criminal one. The DA's office filed standardized restitution notices for costs the law allows, counseling, funerals, travel, knowing that life terms make collection more simple than recovery, but also knowing that a record of harm belongs in the file, even if dollars never follow. The community rearranged itself in small, stubborn ways. A bench appeared near a park, inscribed with names and a date that the town will never say casually again. A school counselor adjusted a bulletin board for the children who noticed empty desks and didn't know what questions were allowed. A pastor learned to keep candles stocked but hidden, to be produced when needed without asking anyone to say why. Neighborhood text chains went quiet, then resumed with the practicalities of snow shovels and babysitting swaps. This is what towns do when the story is over but the living is not. Media calls didn't stop, they changed. Producers asked for the human angle. The sheriff declined where dignity would not survive the edit and pointed instead to the public record. When a documentary team arrived months later, lawyers reviewed releases. The agency let policy speak and kept families out of lights they had not asked for. Investigators who participated did so behind the shield of facts, dates, procedures, warrants, never the lure of inside theories that age poorly and wound easily. At dock, weeks settled into routine. Counts, mail, yard time under supervision that errs hard on caution. The defendant's world shrank to schedules and concrete facts, meals at hours set by someone else, property limited by rule, phone calls recorded, appeals waived because pleas tie their own knots. The line between public memory and institutional custody hardened the way steel does when it cools. A year marker came and went. The DA's cold storage system pinged an automated reminder, verify integrity hashes on digital exhibits, check evidence refrigerators' temperature logs, reseal a carton whose tape showed where. The case agent, now assigned to another file, took 20 minutes to initial the audit. Not sentiment, stewardship. Files don't keep themselves true, people do. In the training room, new recruits watched a stripped-down case study that began not with headlines but with the welfare check and a porch light left on too long. They learned why no Amber Alert was the right legal answer on the first day, how Miranda lives in the cadence of a calm rights advisement, not in a raised voice, how Rule 702/Shrek means scientists must speak like scientists, how families first can be a policy and not a slogan. They heard the most important sentence a veteran detective can say to a room full of new badges. We don't solve cases, the record solves them. We just build it right. On Saratoga Trail, the grass grew in. One mailbox stayed a little crooked, like a scar that no one fixes because it tells the truth without speaking. The town did not forget. It filed, in memory, in law, in the architecture of how it now responds when the morning's rhythm breaks. The system, for all its paperwork and ritual, had done the thing it promises on its best days, told the truth carefully, protected what could still be protected, and written an ending that the years can't smudge. Next comes distance, not to forget but to see clearly what remains. A case closed, a record that will outlive everyone who kept it, and a community that learned, at terrible cost, how to carry names forward without letting rumor carry them away. Sentences land like stones. The splash is public, the circles are not. In the months after judgment, the case left courtrooms and entered institutions, policy binders, training agendas, grant applications, and the quiet budgets of towns that learned what it costs to search the prairie at midnight. The sheriff's office began where good agencies always do: policy review without defensiveness. A working group reread the file not for drama, but for leverage points. Day 1, the welfare check. Codify the checklist that makes a tidy house speak. purse, keys, medications, car seats, appointment no-shows. Day 2, private video harvesting. Standardized timestamp reconciliation so doorbell footage, garage cycles, and carrier logs aren't aligned by intuition, but by a written time sync protocol. Industrial scenes. Push a standing addendum for workplace searches. Lockout/tagout, gas monitors, and safety liaison sign-ins to avoid improvisation when the scene sits behind a gate. Training slotted those lessons into quarterly in-service. Recruits watched body-worn camera clips where nothing happened and learned that the absence of forced entry is a fact, not a conclusion. Detectives walked through consent versus warrant with the precision that kept this case intact. How a calm yes at the door becomes a signed affidavit at the first hint it might turn to no, and why that pivot protects the record better than any speech. A DA stood at the whiteboard and diagrammed Rule 702/Shrek, where science ends and storytelling begins, and why staying on the safe side of that line wins more trials than clever adjectives. The district attorney's office wrote the case into its own muscle memory. A short internal paper, 3 pages, all nouns, listed the practices that carried the weight at sentencing. Bit-for-bit forensic imaging with hash verification. Corridor mapping from cell sector data rather than the fiction of a single dot. Conservative language in lab reports, consistent with, never match beyond the method's scope. A companion memo, gentler in tone, reaffirmed the office's promise that had steadied families through the hardest meetings. Families first in disposition decisions, and no speculation to cameras that a courtroom would later have to clean up. The coroner's office adjusted 2 forms. First, a cover sheet for autopsy packets that explains, in plain language, cause and manner without inviting the public to linger on trauma. Second, a release template that defaults to redacting images unless a court orders otherwise, anchoring protection of dignity in a checkbox instead of a favor. The change was small on paper and large in effect. Fewer arguments at the counter, fewer chances for grief to be photographed. In probation and victim services, the ripple looked like logistics. Staff standardized a first-year after calendar for families, when certified copies are ready, how to enroll in post-conviction notifications, how to request returns of property and what will never come back, who to call when a date in the news doesn't match what the court's minute order says. The page ended with the line that had become their unofficial creed: "We will call back even when nothing has changed." The Department of Corrections did what it always does, routinized notoriety. Intake flagged the name for protective housing, mental health completed screenings, classification set a placement that keeps headlines from spilling into tears. None of that makes the name special, all of it keeps other people safe. In the binder no one outside sees, a line noted appeals waived. The record would be long, but not litigious. The community found its footing in acts that don't make press kits. A PTA formed a scholarship in the children's names. The criteria were simple: curiosity, kindness, a note from a teacher who'd seen a small hand help another small hand zip a coat. A domestic violence nonprofit added a lethality assessment step to its hotline script: gentle questions about isolation, sudden financial shifts, escalating control, so a caller's uneasy hunch could be translated into a safety plan with contour. The town board approved modest funds for a camera registry, voluntary, opt-in, so the next time patrol canvassed, they'd start with a map instead of knocking blind. The press returned in cycles. Reporters requested unsealed filings. The clerk provided what the orders allowed: warrants with coordinates blacked out, affidavits with children's identifiers masked, transcripts that read like a metronome. When documentary crews circled, the sheriff's media policy, rewritten with this case in mind, asked a single question: does participation teach the public something useful without renting out someone's grief? If the answer wobbled, the agency passed. Facts were public, families were not. Lawyers in other zip codes called for the case study. A prosecutor from another state wanted the time sync protocol language. A detective wanted permission to borrow the digital overlay chart for a training day 2 counties over. The case agent sent the materials with 3 caveats scrawled at the bottom. 1. Put people before product, victim notifications before podiums. 2. Write for judges, not for television. 3. If a sentence needs an adjective, check whether a document could replace it. Civil matters moved at their own geologic pace. Probate closed estates. A restitution ledger, light on hope and heavy on math, entered the criminal file anyway because harm belongs on paper even when money can't find its way. Insurance adjusters asked frozen questions. The DA's office answered with certified copies and a tone borrowed from the victim advocate's playbook, firm, spare, and human. The after-action cycle ended with a tabletop exercise. No cameras, just coffee and printouts, where a new hypothetical marched across the same neighborhoods, up the same courthouse steps, into the same industrial sprawl. Someone played the worried friend at the door. Someone else played a neighbor with a camera whose app had dead batteries. The team practiced asking politely, then writing warrants precisely. They drilled the Amber Alert criteria again so the community would hear the same lawful explanation the next time fear wanted a louder siren than the statute allows. It wasn't exciting. It was competence rehearsed. Time did what it does, put distance between the file and the phone calls. The whiteboard in the incident room finally lost its headings: prove, protect, prepare. The checkmarks had nowhere else to go. In their place, a laminated card appeared on a nail by the door. It carried 7 lines, not attributed to anyone because everyone had written them. Start small, document big. Consent ends, warrants begin. Let video and devices agree without coaching them. Science in nouns, not adjectives. Families first in every meeting, every decision, every sentence. Don't say what a courtroom will have to unsay. When in doubt, write it down. On Saratoga Trail, winter scraped back to spring. A new family moved in as people must because houses are for living. The mailbox stayed a touch crooked. No plaque, no tour, no performance. Only a neighborhood that had learned to read its own rhythms and a department that had learned to trust its checklists as much as its instincts. The stone had dropped. The circles kept moving, less visible now but just as real. In the way a rookie phrased a consent request, in a lab report that refused glamour, in a victim advocate's habit of returning calls before sunset, and in a town that discovered the quiet heroics of procedure, the unshowy work that makes truth survivable and sentences stand. Long after the cameras left, the case lived a second life, quiet, methodical, and stubbornly useful. It turned up in briefing rooms and policy binders, in the way a deputy phrased a welfare check knock, and the way a prosecutor wrote a motion without adjectives. The story was over. The record went to work. At the sheriff's office, a training day began not with a body-worn clip of sirens, but with a still photo. A tidy foyer, a purse on a console, car seats in a garage no one drove away from. The instructor let the silence fill the room and then asked the question that anchors every good patrol response. What does this house say without speaking? The checklist came next: purse, keys, medication, appointments missed, pediatric routines. Each detail a thread that only made sense once you backed up and looked at the weave. Recruits learned that no signs of forced entry is information, not a conclusion. A detective led the consent versus warrant module with the calm of someone who has watched transcripts survive cross-examination. Day 1 consent, clear on video, documented. The pivot to warrants when consent ended, drafted with particularity, executed by day, limited in scope, photographed before movement, bag and tag after. He didn't preach probable cause like a slogan. He showed it. This observation supported that paragraph, which justified this list of items to seize. The lesson wasn't abstract. If you expect a judge to trust the paper, it has to be paper the judge can trust. Digital forensics got its own hour and a whiteboard. No glossy heat maps, just the brickwork, right-blocked imaging, hashes that prove nothing changed, handset event timelines that align health app steps with garage cycles and Wi-Fi associations. The myth of a single GPS dot gave way to the discipline of corridors. Cell sectors that don't say where but will let you say, with a straight face, where a story can't be true. A trainee asked how to tell the difference between a dramatic clip and a good exhibit. The answer was simple. The good one still works when the sound is off. Down the hall, dispatch ran a tabletop built from the first hours of the case. Only this time, the voice on the line wasn't a deputy but a friend who just had a feeling. Call takers practiced the soft-edged questions that turn hunches into dispatchable facts. Last contact, medical appointments, vehicle descriptions, known routes, any recent stressors. They rehearsed when to escalate from overdue to missing endangered, how to coach a caller through what to look for on a doorstep without prompting interference, and how to log the ordinary details, porch lights, blinds, a stroller in place, that later become extraordinary in a report. Victim Services rewrote its first-week playbook. The packet for families, once a scatter of forms, became a ladder. Day 1, Day 3, Day 7. What advisement means, how arraignment is different, what under seal protects, how to enroll in post-conviction notifications even when the sentence is measured in never. A page for workplaces explained the language of leave and court dates in a way HR could carry. A page for kids translated ritual, vigil, service, memorial into choices they could make without being asked to carry adult grief. The coroner's office set 2 habits in stone. First, autopsy packets now begin with a 1-page explainer written for non-lawyers. Cause, manner, what those words mean, and what they do not. Second, release defaults favor redaction of images unless a judge orders otherwise. It saved the counter from becoming a battleground where curiosity and dignity collide. The DA's research attorney kept a slender binder called Motions That Matter. Inside, a model Miranda script that reads the same in every room and voice, a search warrant template with blanks that force particularity, a Rule 702/Shrek checklist that keeps science in nouns and numbers. The first page carried 2 lines in thick marker. If you need an adjective, you need a document. If you need a speech, you need a statute. In community meetings, the sheriff took questions that were really feelings. Why no Amber Alert that first morning? Because the law requires a confirmed abduction and actionable descriptors. Fear, however justified, can't substitute for elements. Why a plea and not a trial? Because certainty sooner can be a form of mercy when families ask for it and the law allows it. Why so few press conferences? Because cameras can warp a record, and records are what carry the truth the distance. At the high school, counselors built a quiet circuit around the long tail of public grief. They trained teachers to hear the questions students are not confident enough to ask out loud. How to talk about a classmate's empty desk. How to explain that the news is not a lesson plan. How to answer the sentence that starts with "could this happen?" without feeding either denial or dread. Safety teams added a lethality assessment crib sheet to their binder. Isolation, control, finances, escalation. Red flags a coach or a nurse could notice en route to help without turning a hallway conversation into a formal report before a student is ready. Not everything was inward. A neighboring county borrowed the time-sync protocol that reconciles doorbell stamps with carrier logs and garage cycles. A prosecutor 2 states away asked for permission to adapt the digital overlay chart, replacing names with neutral labels so the tool could travel without the trauma. The memo that accompanied the chart was short. Use it to exclude as often as you use it to include. Draw your corridors tighter than your adjectives. Let absence mean something when the context says it should. On the record side, the slow work of unsealing moved like a careful tide. Warrant returns with coordinates redacted, affidavits with children's identifiers masked, transcripts released with the same mute gravity they had in court. The clerk's office got good at explaining why some things would never be public. Autopsy images, certain crime scene photographs. Not because the government was hiding, but because the law draws a line where dignity begins. Inside doc, routine did what routine does, kept a lid on notoriety. Protective housing, mental health checks, yard time in slots, legal mail logged but unopened except by addressee. The case left the rhythm of hearings and entered the geology of custody. On the public side of the fence, people sometimes asked how to square life without parole, with the human urge to believe that time eventually changes everything. The legal answer was the same every time. Sentences are promises written to outlast optimism and outrage both. A year marker brought an audit ping from cold storage. The case agent, now wearing a different case number, spent a lunch break verifying hashes, checking fridge logs, resealing a box whose tape had loosened. It looked like busy work until you remembered that files live as long as the people in them do. Stewardship is not an afterthought, it's the work. When a documentary team came calling, the sheriff's media policy, rewritten with this case in its DNA, offered one gate. Will this teach the public to recognize risk, understand procedure, or respect the boundary between curiosity and cruelty? If the pitch was a story about a person, the answer was no. If it was a story about process, how a welfare check becomes a lawful search becomes a record that can carry a plea, maybe. In the end, the case's most enduring export wasn't a headline or a cautionary quote. It was a posture. Patrol learned to start small and document big. Detectives learned to let devices and video agree without coaching them. Prosecutors learned, again, that precision is a form of respect. Victim advocates turned patience into policy. We call back even when there is nothing new to say. And a town learned to read its own mornings. When a porch light lingers, when a stroller stays by the door, when silence is information. The file did not gather dust. It gathered fingerprints of rookies who touched it to learn where the seams are, of supervisors who built checklists out of its friction points, of a clerk who taped a corner before it could tear. It will sit for years in a climate-controlled room that hums like a low-tuned instrument. Every so often, someone will pull it, not to retell a tragedy, but to remind themselves what truth looks like when it's written down carefully enough to stand without anyone standing next to it. Cases end. Records teach. And in that unglamorous exchange, the swap of spectacle for structure, communities get stronger in ways that never trend but always matter. The case was over, but the question that kept surfacing in conference rooms and living rooms was the one the file could not answer on its own. How do you catch the storm before it reaches the house? In the months that followed, prevention stopped being a panel topic and became a set of chores. Unglamorous, repeatable, and written down where people could find them at 2 a.m. at the sheriff's office, prevention started with dispatch. The call-taking script, once built around crimes already committed, grew an early warning lane for relationship danger that didn't fit the old checkboxes. Not a quiz, not an accusation, just quiet prompts that turn a caller's unease into facts a deputy can lawfully act on. Has there been strangulation in the past? Has anyone been isolated from friends or money? Were threats made about what will happen if someone leaves? Are firearms present? Those four answers, plotted fast against time of day and presence of kids, changed triage. If risk stacked, a supervisor authorized a 2-unit response and a welfare check that documented what Hope alone had been trying to ignore. Patrol added a pocket card the size of a driver's license, 7 lines titled before it's a crime scene. 1 note signs of isolation, empty calendars, canceled visits, a phone that's always dead. 2, photograph ordinary order, keys, meds, car seats left behind. 3, ask about finances with gentleness and specifics. 4, document prior strangulation or I couldn't breathe language, it predicts lethal escalation. 5, offer resources like directions, not pamphlets. 6, write in quotes, let people read their own words tomorrow. 7, if your gut says this is wrong, call a supervisor and stay 5 minutes longer. The card wasn't a statue, it was a lifeline disguised as laminate. The DA's office built out a rapid consult lane with a victim advocate and a deputy DA on call. Patrol could phone from a driveway when the scene felt off, but the penal code hadn't quite tipped. The prosecutor could explain the lawful edges, what consent can cover, which questions are safe to ask, when a warrant is worth the extra hour because the paper will carry farther than a hunch. The advocate, listening on the same line, could arrange a same-day appointment. No intake maze, just an address and a door that opens. Prevention is bureaucracy taught to move like a person. Hospitals and clinics joined with a protocol that fit into rooms where paper gowns whisper. Nurses adopted a lethality screen embedded in routine questions. Any choking ever, any forced sex, any threats to children or pets, any stalking with phones or trackers. A yes didn't trigger a siren. It triggered choices. A warm handoff to an advocate in the hallway, a silent plan for how to leave safely, an anonymized police report if the patient wanted a future record without a present confrontation. Doctors learned to chart bruises with scales and words that courts understand, not for drama, but because precision is a form of help. Schools tuned their antennae for family stress that hides in attendance and lunch balance logs. Counselors were trained to hear when a child's new silence is not shyness, but strategy. The district's memorandum with law enforcement drew a firmer line between welfare checks and criminal investigations, giving principals the confidence to ask for help early without fearing they were summoning headlines. Prevention needs paperwork that doesn't punish courage. Faith leaders and community organizers built a backdoor network, literal back doors, where someone could meet a volunteer on a Tuesday afternoon and pick up a prepaid phone, a list of shelters not printed in one place, and a script for talking to a landlord when leaving will trigger penalties that feel impossible to pay. A thrift store agreed to hold 2 racks that looked like any other but were tagged interview and first day, outfits ready for the moment someone took a risk on a new start. No speeches, just hangers and tags and a receipt that didn't name the reason. On the technology side, the regional task force drafted a clean tech checklist for survivors. Turn off shared locations on apps both obvious and obscure. Change cloud passwords in an order that doesn't ping alerts to the abuser's devices. Audit Bluetooth trackers in purses and car trunks. Revoke permissions for family, calendars, and photo libraries that can quietly report where someone has been and with whom. A detective who knows phones the way a mechanic knows engines wrote it in verbs, not jargon, and taught it at the library on Saturday mornings, where people can ask real questions without putting on a badge or a brave face. Businesses were asked to join in small, practical ways. HR departments learned to code protective order leave into payroll software without a scarlet flag on the stub. Front desks kept an envelope with a quiet card. If you need to call 911, ask for Ken. We don't have one. It routed the call without alerting the person standing a foot away. Gas stations near the interstate put a sticker in the restroom that looked like a fuel rewards ad but carried the hotline number and a map of safe report sites in the county. Prevention isn't grand, it's granular. Lawyers who handle family law cases began to cross-train with criminal attorneys on evidence that lives in routine. Daycare sign-in tablets, toll tags, health app steps, smart thermostats that log who adjusts what at which hour. They taught clients to export and preserve without confronting, how to create a record that can be handed, months later, to a court that will need more than a feeling to issue orders with teeth. The sheriff's public meetings shifted tone. Instead of the old canned A that felt like triage, they became how-to nights. How to save and export from a doorbell app, how to read a phone bill that hides location clues in plain sight, how to write a statement that uses minutes and details instead of metaphors. People brought notebooks, not just worries. A neighbor asked the question that matters most and least. How do we know when to call? The answer was a sentence the department had earned the right to say. Call when something ordinary looks wrong. We will come. We will document, even if all we leave with is a report that keeps you safer tomorrow. Inside the professional guilds, cops, nurses, teachers, advocates, the case became shorthand for a shape of danger that wears normal like a costume. Not a ghost story, a geometry. Secrecy tightening, resources controlled, schedules suddenly changing, friends replaced by "we're busy," explanations that don't survive a pencil and calendar. People learn to trace those lines lightly at first and then darker when the points refuse to move. None of it turns tragedy into math. But piece by piece, the county built a fence line upstream from the porch light. Scripts, cards, checklists, doors that open, apps that don't betray, calendars that include the next day. The file had taught them how to prove. The aftermath taught them how to notice. Prevention is not a headline. It's 1,000 small, lawful habits that make it easier to ask for help before the house goes quiet, and easier for the helper to write a paper trail strong enough to carry the person who comes after. In the end, the most meaningful change did not hang on a wall. It sat in glove boxes and nurse stations, in school drawers and church lobbies, in the muscle memory of people who answer phones and knock on doors. On certain mornings, when the rhythm of a block stumbles, someone who learned something from this case looks up a little sooner, listens a little longer, and writes a little more. That, too, is a kind of sentence, unwritten, ongoing, and designed to keep other stories from ever needing a part one. The case was closed, but the door to it never really stayed shut. It opened in smaller ways now, through letterhead and timestamps, through requests written in polite legalese and emails that arrived after midnight with subject lines like Cora Request 2741. Transparency had its own calendar, and the courthouse learned to keep pace. In Colorado, the public asks and the government answers under the Colorado Open Records Act. The clerk's office became a hinge. Reporters and citizens filed requests for warrants, affidavits, jail logs, 911 audio body-worn camera clips, the paper and pixels that had carried the case from knock to sentence. The judge's protective orders still ruled the room. Children's identifiers masked, autopsy images sealed, industrial site coordinates blacked out, graphic exhibits withheld unless a court found compelling need. The clerk wasn't a gatekeeper so much as a steward. When a file could be released, it was stamped, certified, copied onto a thumb drive that clicked in a way that sounded like duty. The sheriff convened a quiet round table, legal, records, victim services, a senior detective who had stood inside too many doorways at noon. The agenda had two questions. First, how do we say yes more often to the public without saying yes to harm? Second, what does the record gain or lose when it's reduced to clips and headlines? Policy took shape in sentences that would outlast the news cycle. Body-worn camera video would be released with context, a timeline, an index of cuts, a written explanation of what was redacted and why. 911 audio would be paired with a transcript to keep tone from standing in for truth. Scenes inside a home, particularly children's rooms, would be blurred by default, not to hide, but to keep people from being turned into settings. Victim services had veto power without the drama of a veto. Before any release that touched the family's voice or image, an advocate made a call not to ask permission. Law doesn't delegate that, but to warn, to explain, to offer a hand the morning the story would be on a phone before coffee. Sometimes the answer was a quiet request. Please don't let the audio carry the last voicemail. The law allowed the sheriff to say no. The sheriff did. The district attorney wrote a 2-page media protocol that sounded like it had been drafted by someone who respects both the First Amendment and the courtroom. Officials would not describe evidence that the courtroom had not already heard. Adjectives were out. Documents were in. If asked about motive, the DA would decline the invitation and return to what the plea had already admitted. If asked for color, the answer would be dates and docket entries. A sentence at the top became a ritual. We speak to records, not to narratives. The public's curiosity kept good company with good faith. A retired teacher wanted to understand how Amber Alert criteria worked on that first day. Record staff returned a copy of the state protocol with a short note about the missing elements. No confirmed abduction, no suspect vehicle, no direction of travel. A neighborhood association asked whether their camera registry had mattered. The sheriff replied with a yes and a caution. It mattered because owners offered access and detectives verified timestamps instead of trusting apps. A college journalism class requested the probable cause affidavit. The version they got was a lesson in redaction that could have been a syllabus. Not every request was simple. A documentary producer wanted body-worn camera from inside the home on the day of the welfare check. The quiet footage of a tidy kitchen, a purse on the counter, a dog who didn't know what the voices meant. The law allowed release with redactions. The court didn't forbid it. The round table weighed it like evidence, probative for teaching. Yes, prurient, possibly, depending on the edit. The sheriff's answer was the same one he'd given since the first press conference. If it teaches the public how procedure protects people, we'll help. If it teaches them how to stare, we won't. The producer pivoted. The segment became about the checklist patrol carries into a welfare check and the decision tree that leads from consent to warrant. The footage stayed on a server that hums unheard for people who need to hear it in full, not in fractions. Inside agencies, the after-action memo became curriculum. Records technicians learned the difference between a redaction that shields and a redaction that confuses. They practiced explaining in one paragraph why the public received a still photo where a video once lived, because motion can turn a fact into spectacle without adding truth. Detectives learned to narrate their own camera work, saying out loud what a lens might miss. Keys on console, prenatal medication here, car seats fixed in place. Months later, that narration made an index that spared families from having to watch. The coroner's office adjusted its counterscript for open records, the word staff use when a request meets a legal wall. They stopped saying cannot and started saying will not, a small shift from weakness to choice. We will not release autopsy images because the statute protects dignity, and dignity is a public interest. It turned a no into a principle, and principles travel better than rules. The defense file had demands too, because transparency doesn't pick sides. Counsel asked for training materials used after the case, curious whether new checklists tracked old facts. The DA shared what law allowed, redacted slides, a time-sync protocol scrubbed of addresses, because strong cases do not fear inspection, and because learning is not a proprietary asset. The exchange was cordial in a way that would confuse people who think courtrooms are arenas. Here, they were classrooms that had moved into adjacent buildings. In the community, memory settled into the smaller shapes it can live with. A book club used publicly released timelines to talk about the difference between evidence and interpretation. A high school civics class analyzed a redacted affidavit, identifying what belonged to probable cause and what belonged to rumor. A local paper ran a sidebar titled How to Read a Warrant, explaining terms, particularity, scope, return, that turn a search from intrusion into lawful act. The sheriff clipped it and taped it to the briefing room door. Months later, a new request arrived. A podcaster wanted the jail calls. The law permits release. The families had already lived through enough. The DA consulted the order, called the advocate, and returned to the court with a narrow motion. Allow release of calls that concerned procedure, counsel advisements, scheduling, while shielding calls that risked turning private distress into content. The judge agreed. The podcaster made a different episode, and the county kept both its promise to the public and its promise to the people who had never asked to be public. The file taught one more lesson as it moved from archive to inbox and back. A record can be both public and careful. It requires time, indexes, transcripts, cover letters that say what the redactions mean. It requires taste, knowing that truth survives without every raw edge on display. And it requires an ethic, that the same state that proved what happened will refuse to perform it once more for a camera that wasn't there. By year's end, the whiteboard in records had 3 headings of its own. Comply, meet lawful requests fast, with clean copies and clean explanations. Curtail, withhold only what the law and dignity demand and say so in writing. Context, release with the scaffolding that keeps clips from becoming claims. The circle was complete in a way that didn't make noise. The case that began with a knock now taught a county how to answer the door when the public knocked back. On Saratoga Trail, holiday lights went up with the tentative cheer of a neighborhood that refuses to surrender its ordinary. In an office a few miles away, someone clicked send on a response that included a timeline, 2 PDFs, and a paragraph that had learned how to end well. Here is what the record shows. Here is what we must protect. Here is why. Cases end on paper long before they end in people. After the sentencing orders were filed and the evidence boxes settled into climate-controlled quiet, the weight shifted from the docket to the backs of those who had carried it. The file had a number. The responders had names. In patrol briefings, The sergeant who'd taken the first welfare check call still kept his notes folded in a breast pocket, a relic of the morning when a tidy house felt wrong. He didn't read them anymore. He touched the paper when a new recruit asked how long to knock before radioing the station. "Long enough," he said, "for the house to answer." The agency's peer support team became a hallway that stayed lit. Confidential conversations began in truck cabs and ended in rooms with a coffee pot that never boiled dry. A detective whose tone had grown brittle learned to say, "I'm not sleeping," without worrying it would shadow his next evaluation. Supervisors were retrained to recognize vicarious trauma not as weakness, but as hazard, no different from a bad vest or bald tires. The critical incident stress debriefs were rewritten to be less sermon, more triage. Here's what the brain does with images that don't belong to it. Here's why memory gets choppy. Here's how to build a day that doesn't end with a ceiling fan. The medical examiner's staff, habitual stoics in quiet rooms, added a second stop to their routine. After the final signature, a walk outside that wasn't for a cigarette but for a sky check. Someone posted a card on the fridge: "Drink water before coffee after autopsy days." Small science for a human machine. Dispatchers, the voices who heard the worry first, got their own aftercare lane. It had always bothered them that they rarely learned endings. The story dropped after a unit cleared the call. Now, with privacy guarded, a closure memo landed in the inboxes of those who took the first calls. Outcome, court posture, a single sentence about resolution. It turned anonymous fear into a completed line on a map. It also gave permission to cry exactly once in a supply closet without feeling like a thief of someone else's grief. The district attorney's trial team ran an internal burn rate audit, measuring the hours people poured into the case against the hours they gave back to themselves. The math was bad, so the office mandated rotations away from heavy caseloads, not as a reward but as body maintenance. Lawyers who'd learned to speak only in nouns were asked for 1 month to teach civics classes, mock trial, a Wednesday night community forum. It wasn't therapy, it was oxygen. Faith leaders and community counselors formed an informal blue-green circle, cops in blue, clinicians in green, meeting monthly without microphones. The rule was simple: no case details, only work effects. A deputy admitted that baby shoes in evidence photos had made grocery stores difficult. A therapist explained why aisles can become trigger corridors and how to shop backward. Produce first, milk last, to avoid the landmine at the end. A chaplain translated law's rituals into human words. Why final is an oath, not a cure. Across agencies, sleep emerged as the quietest battleground. Officers who had survived on 4 hours, proud of the wreckage, learned to negotiate for 6. The department added blackout shades to the rooms where graveyard units debrief. The county approved stipends for sleep hygiene consults with clinicians who understand shift work. The memo announcing the program did not use the word wellness. It used operational readiness. Pride could sign that form. Not every change wore a badge. The friend whose insistence triggered the welfare check struggled with the gelatinous quality of days that come after being right. Victim services built a lane for civilians as first responders, a recognition that the first on scene might be a neighbor with a key. The packet included a letter that began, "You did exactly what we ask of someone who loves someone." Enclosed was a list of therapists who understand the violence of ordinary rooms. The neighbor with the driveway camera moved through a different kind of after. For months, a stranger's tragedy lived in his cloud storage. The sheriff's office created a quick return protocol. When video is no longer needed, a tech helps purge it, certifying that the state has what it needs and the resident has what he needs. A clean slate that doesn't cough up alerts at inopportune times or ambush a child scrolling the family album. Technology makes witnesses out of people who never asked. Procedure should make them whole. Inside the jail, classification and line staff negotiated their own shadows. High-profile defendants generate attention that doubles the work and halves the patience. Training shifted from security first to security plus predictability. because routine is what calms tears and saves backs. Officers were told why administrators make unpopular housing decisions, protective custody, yard restrictions, so the rumors that follow notoriety couldn't set policy from the dayroom floor. In the schools, a grief literacy unit slid into health class. Not the cinematic version, candles and balloon releases, but a vocabulary for what happens to bodies and families after court. One slide explained allocution and why a person might choose to speak or to stay silent. Another offered the sentence people can use when they meet loss in a hallway: "I'm here, I don't need you to say anything back." The unit didn't mention names. It didn't have to. The incident room that once carried a whiteboard with "Prove, Protect, Prepare" now kept a quieter wall. Photos of scenes were replaced by photos of process. A glove labeled with initials and time, a warrant paragraph circled for particularity, a chain of custody form with all the boxes darkened by the same pen. Beneath them, a line of type taped at eye level: "We leave people better than we found them, even when we can't." On Fridays, when arrest reports slumped in piles and coffee tasted like metal, someone would open the evidence log and find a sticky note from the sergeant with the folded paper: "Write well, sleep, call your mother." It was a joke only in that everyone smiled. It was policy in that everyone tried. Once a year, the team gathered without ceremony at the green space near the subdivision. No uniforms, no speeches. A few brought kids, a few brought dogs. Someone always brought too many cookies. They said the names privately and aloud. They read the 7-line card the unit had laminated after the case ended and posted by the door: "Start small, document big. Consent ends, warrants begin. Let devices and video agree without coaching. Science in nouns, families first. Don't say what a courtroom will have to unsay. When in doubt, write it down." Then they went back to work, which is to say, back to answering phones and knocking on doors and believing that procedure is a form of care. Because that was the quiet gift the case left behind. A department that understood recovery as maintenance, not miracle. A DA's office that treated precision like empathy. A town that made room for the people who carried the worst days in binders and bones. The file would keep teaching. The people would keep showing up. And when the next knock sounded like worry, someone who had learned to carry weight without breaking would lift a hand steady and say, "We've got it." The case ended on a microphone before it ever reached a jury box, but the file was built as if 12 strangers would one day be asked to decide. In briefing rooms after the plea, prosecutors and detectives walked new hires through the trial that didn't happen, not as a fantasy, but as a way to teach the architecture of proof. It would have started with voir dire, the slow work of turning a county into a panel. Pretrial publicity is not disqualifying by itself. Only opinions fixed beyond repair are. Jurors would be asked about what they'd read, whether they could set it aside, and if set it aside meant something more than politeness. Hardship would thin the line. Cause challenges would carve away those who couldn't square presumption of innocence with the gravity of the charges. Peremptories would be numbered, not narrated. A Batson reminder would hang in the air. No strikes based on race or gender, period. Sequestration. Unlikely, but a standing warning would apply. No phones, no feeds, no research. The judge's voice would be even. The court reporter's hands would turn speech into record, as they always do. Openings would be promises, not proof. The state would sketch 3 lanes the law recognizes: timeline, forensics, post-crime conduct. The defense, if it opened, would ask jurors to hold the state to its burden, beyond a reasonable doubt, and to distrust what sounds tidy when life rarely is. No adjectives that couldn't be cached by exhibits. No theories that didn't survive a calendar and a clock. The people's case-in-chief would walk, not run. Foundation first. A custodian to authenticate body-worn camera clips. A neighbor to lay the predicate for the driveway video. A patrol officer to explain why the absence of forced entry is a fact, not a conclusion. The welfare check would come alive in nouns. Purse here, keys here, medication here, car seats not moved. Then the shift from consent to warrant. The pivot preserved on paper and on video, to fence the search inside the Fourth Amendment where it belongs. The medical examiner would testify like science requires. Cause and manner in plain anatomy, no flourish. homicidal violence consistent with strangulation for the adult, asphyxia consistent with smothering for the children, with alternative explanations addressed and excluded. Photos would be restrained by Rule 403. The court would have previewed them in limine and allowed only what probative value demanded. Digital forensics would carry unusual weight, but only because the foundation could support it. A lab analyst would describe write-blocked imaging, hash verification, and how timelines are built from health app steps, Wi-Fi associations, and carrier records that draw corridors rather than dots. A detective would then harmonize those artifacts with the neighbor's video and garage door cycles, careful to say what the data shows and just as carefully what it cannot. Chain of custody would be a drumbeat, each exhibit offered with a tag, a signature, and a short walkthrough who touched it, when, and why. The industrial site would arrive by warrant and safety protocol, lockout/tagout, gas monitors, samples in glass, with a company representative to explain the workplace mechanics and a scene tech to explain the evidence mechanics. The point would not be spectacle, it would be integrity. If statements were offered, the court would have already ruled on Miranda and voluntariness. Jurors would hear advisements read from a card, breaks logged, transitions marked when an interview turned custodial. If a polygraph existed, the word would not reach them. What followed it might, but only if the judge found it untainted and the state presented it without suggesting a machine can weigh truth. Cross-examination would be short where it could be and surgical where it had to be. Defense counsel might press the medical examiner on the limits of asphyxia findings, the digital analyst on what a handset can't know about a person 2 rooms away, and the detective on the difference between probable cause for a warrant and proof beyond a reasonable doubt for a verdict. Good cross pairs adjectives from nouns. Good jurors notice who keeps answering in nouns anyway. Would the defense call witnesses? Maybe. It has no burden. It might stand on the presumption and the holes it could punch in timing and interpretation. Or it might call a consulting pathologist to police the language of certainty, a digital expert to remind the panel that corridor is not coordinate, or a character witness to humanize the person at counsel table, offset perhaps by a stipulation to avoid a parade. The defendant could choose to testify. The record would show a careful colloquy outside the jury's presence about rights and risks. Many defendants do not. Juries are told not to hold that silence against anyone. The instruction matters even when the mind wanders. Rebuttal would be brief. The state would not argue in rebuttal. It would present admissible evidence that answers a door opened by the defense. Then closings bounded by the judge's warnings, argument tethered to evidence, no attacks on counsel, no appeals to passion. The prosecutor would assemble the scaffold elements for first-degree murder, CRS Section 183102, first-degree unlawful termination of pregnancy, CRS Section 1835-103, and tampering with a deceased human body, CRS Section 18-8-610-5, and slot exhibits where they fit. The defense would invert the framework, pointing to doubts that are reasonable because they grow from evidence, not from wish. The state would get the last word, not the last adjective. Then the instructions, presumption of innocence, burden of proof, credibility factors, unanimity, consideration of lesser-included offenses if supported by the evidence, limited purpose instructions for any 404(b), other acts evidence the court may have allowed, and guidance on how to treat statements, expert opinions, and charts used as pedagogical aids. Jurors would carry a verdict form that reads like a spreadsheet nobody wanted to fill, count by count, victim by victim, guilty or not guilty, no in-betweens where the law doesn't permit them. Deliberations would look like every deliberation, a burst of talk, a pause, a request for a readback, a fresh pot of coffee, a note to the judge may we view Exhibit 47, and the quiet ritual of a foreperson signing a line that changes lives. If the verdict were guilty, sentencing on the Class 1 felonies would not require a range. Colorado law fixes life imprisonment without parole for first-degree murder when the death penalty is not sought. If the state had pursued capital punishment in that era, a penalty phase would have followed, But here the file was built for proof, not for that argument. None of it happened, and yet all of it mattered. The plea was lawful and heavy because the record could have traveled the distance. That is what the trial that didn't happen teaches. You don't build cases for performances, you build them for survivability. You assume a judge who reads footnotes, a defense that knows where the seams are, and a jury that deserves exhibits that speak without translation. In the debriefs, one slide always closes the hypothetical. A photograph of a blank courtroom at dusk, the seal above the bench, 12 empty chairs, a witness stand that looks smaller without a person in it. The caption is simple. This is the room we prepare for, even when we never enter. Because preparation is what kept this case honest from doorbell to docket. It's what allowed families to choose certainty without fearing a shortcut. It's what turned headlines into history and then into policy. The trial that didn't happen still casts a shadow with a shape. It reminds everyone involved, patrol, lab, lawyers, advocates, that the destination is not a verdict so much as a record that could earn one. And in the quiet after the slide clicks forward, the instructor says the line rookies end up taping inside their notebooks. We don't try cases to make sense of tragedy. We try them to make truth official. Build for that, even if a plea means the jury never takes their seats. Years passed in the way towns measure time, by new roofs, school calendars, and the slowly fading tape line on a curb that once held a satellite truck. The address on Saratoga Trail belonged to a different family now, with wind chimes, chalk hopscotch, and a dog that learned the afternoon sun on the driveway is warmest near the mailbox. The cul-de-sac kept its old rhythm, but if you looked closely, you could still see where the story had left its fingerprints. A camera angled a few degrees lower than most, porch lights that clicked on a touch earlier in winter, neighbors whose group text was never truly silent. Inside a climate-controlled basement at the sheriff's office, the file lived on a steel shelf, its spine labeled in a block hand that refused flourish. When the light hum warmed up each morning, the stack read like an index of effort. Reports, warrants, lab returns, transcripts, the judgment. New detectives, fresh badges still leaving imprints on shirt pockets, were sent down there not to gawk, but to learn the grammar of a case that holds. Begins with a welfare check, proceeds by consent, pivots to warrant, speaks in documents, not adjectives. They sign the checkout log with the same care their mentors used to initial an evidence tag, and the lesson never changed. The house told the truth because somebody wrote it down while it was still quiet enough to hear. Upstairs, the training room screen glowed with a slide titled "Before It's a Crime Scene." The instructor, who had been a patrol officer then a detective and now wore the weary optimism of both, told the story without naming it. She talked about a friend who insisted when politeness would have been easier, about a neighbor's camera that didn't know it was a witness, about a tidy room where absence said more than any toppled chair. She drew the timeline with a blunt marker, calls, knocks, consent, video, warrants, and stopped before the part everyone already knew. This is the hinge, she would say, tapping the date. If you honor what's small, what follows will stand. The lab had framed their copy of the chain of custody flowchart, not as a trophy but as a map. Visitors to the bench were told to read it like a story. Who touched what, why, when, and how the thing traveled without losing itself. Next to it hung a quieter artifact, a page from a lab report that chose the phrase "consistent with" when a more dramatic word would have tempted a person who had never testified. The supervisor kept a finger on that line for a moment whenever a new analyst came aboard. "This," she would say, "is how we respect the room we never saw." Across town, the victim advocate's phone still rang at hours that belonged to no one. Some calls were about paperwork, certified copies, notifications, a question about what a line on the minute order really meant. Some calls were about air, about the weight that shifted during a grocery store aisle, about a school event that hurt for reasons a calendar couldn't hold. The advocate had learned a rhythm: answer with facts when facts help, answer with silence when silence does the lifting. She kept a shoebox of thank you notes that arrived late, written in pens that hesitated. "You called back," one read. That was enough. The district attorney, who had stood in a suit beneath fluorescent lights and said only the sentences the record allowed, was invited to speak at a community forum that billed itself as true crime, then tried to become something else. He declined the microphone and brought photocopies instead, warrant templates with the adjectives removed, a time-sync worksheet for doorbell video, a one-page explainer on why the first day did not meet the legal threshold for an Amber Alert. He laid them on a folding table and told the room what he told every room. The job is not to retell a tragedy. The job is to make the truth official. Across a thin river of highway, a small nonprofit tucked inside a medical building added another chair to its waiting room and a line to its intake form. Gentle questions that translate a patient's hush into a safety plan with edges. Did anyone take away your keys? Has the phone stopped lighting up for messages from friends? Have you been afraid to sleep? The staff learned to chart without writing stories on someone else's page. Their notes used measurements, not metaphors. They knew which detectives would come quietly through a side door with a card that said, "Call me when you're ready, not before." The neighbor with the driveway camera switched providers and kept the new device aimed at the street. He had shown the old clips to exactly two people, a detective who arrived with a drive and a thank you, and his own conscience once, late at night, to be certain he had not imagined the morning when normal looked wrong. When the sheriff's office called months later to make sure the cloud account was purged, he said yes. He did not want his grandchildren to scroll through a folder titled Tuesday and find a history they had not asked to inherit. At the high school, seniors with earbuds and plans took a semester of civics that skipped slogans and taught the paperwork of power. How a warrant is a promise, how a suppression hearing argues about decisions made in minutes and measured for months, how a plea can be a form of mercy when the families are the ones who ask for it. The teacher, a person who kept a calm drawer full of tissues and granola bars, used public documents to show the class what a court means by elements. She never used names. She didn't need to. On a late afternoon in spring, the detective who had drawn the thin line on the whiteboard, explained and unexplained, found himself alone with the file again. He slid a report free and read the first page. Date, time, address, welfare check requested by a friend. The air in the room felt the same as it had that day, recycled, humming, earnest. He returned the page to its place, adjusted the binder's rings, and wrote a short note on a sticky. Check cold storage hashes, verify evidence fridge logs, send thank you to records for last year's unsealing index. It wasn't nostalgia, it was caretaking. What remained outside the file were the small covenants that form after a town has learned the cost of looking away. The coffee shop that keeps a flyer about an advocate's office behind the pastry case. The gas station with a tiny sticker in the restroom that isn't a fuel rewards program. The hospital security guard who walks a patient to a rideshare and waits until the taillights are no longer visible. The manager who code words a 911 call because you don't always get to name an emergency in front of it. If you stand at the corner near Saratoga Trail long enough, the day will give you nothing but ordinary. Sprinklers ticking, a garage door sighing open, a child hopping between chalk squares without landing on the lines. That is the point. The story did not fold the town into fear, it folded the town into attention. And attention, quiet, lawful, written down, was always the difference between a rumor and a record, between a knock that worries and a knock that saves. The file would stay on the shelf as long as the sentence lasted, which is to say, for the rest of some lives. It would not gather dust. It would gather fingerprints, fresh ones, from people who had not yet been hired when the first call came in. They would learn quickly that the most important actors in a case are not the ones in headlines. They are the ones who carry a pen into a room and convince the truth to stand still long enough to be written. Anniversaries arrived like weather fronts, predicted, named, still capable of knocking pictures off walls. The town learned its own barometer. A week out, the clerk's office saw a trickle of open records requests. 5 days, a reporter called to confirm the time stamps on a document that had already been certified. 3 days, The victim advocate's phone hummed with voices that didn't need information so much as company. By the morning itself, the subdivision kept a steady ordinary. Trash trucks clattered, sprinklers stitched the air. A delivery van slipped a padded envelope against a porch with the discretion of a practiced friend. The file's spine, meanwhile, did what spines do: held. A junior detective new to the bureau carried the binder into a windowless conference room and traced a finger along the tabs the way a medic checks a pulse. Welfare check, consent, warrants, lab, digital, plea, judgment. Case agent, older now, hair surrendered to the same gray as the evidence shelves, let the quiet sit before speaking. The story wasn't retold. The record was read. A paragraph here, a photograph there, a log that showed who signed for what and when, the small handwriting of people who had learned that legibility is a form of respect. Across town, a church fellowship hall filled with the low tasks that keep grief from tipping: folding chairs, a table of coffee, a plastic tub of candles nested in paper collars. The vigil, never advertised, still happened. A teacher read the sort of prose students write when they are trying to explain the ache that lives in a hallway. A neighbor, not the one with the camera but one who had borrowed sugar and news over the years, said a single sentence about names and quiet. No slogans. A promise that sounded like a habit, to look up when mornings go wrong. In a corrections facility a few hours away, the sentence carried out its own geometry. Counts at set times, movement in measured lanes, a door that opened because someone else pushed a button. The paperwork that had followed a person from booking to judgment lived on in an environment that prides itself on routine. Protective housing meant fewer eyes and more silence. Legal mail arrived with the same clack of a slot anything else would have made. On the outside, people imagined drama. On the inside, monotony did the work. Life without parole is not a phrase there. It's a calendar without a last page. Policy kept updating itself in increments no press release would notice. The sheriff's office, tired of chasing down doorbell camera apps with different ideas of what time is, standardized a time sync kit, an atomic clock, a laminated instruction card, a QR code that opens a checklist with boxes that make negotiators out of homeowners and technicians out of neighbors. Patrol cars carried it next to trauma shears and triangles. A deputy laughed once at the odd marriage of tools: tourniquet, cones, time. Then he stopped laughing, because both kinds of bleeding can look minor until they're not. The coroner's office added a small step that felt larger than it read. Before releasing any packet that the law allowed to be public, they inserted a page the way a parent tucks a note into a lunch bag. It explained what cause and manner do, what they don't do, and why the clinical words are not cruelty but architecture. The page ended with a phone number that rang on a desk where a voice had been trained to answer between "I need details" and "I'm not sure I should know." A law school class downstate took the case apart like a clock and rebuilt it as a tutorial in restraint. Students argued a suppression motion with the earnestness of people who still believe perfect is available. The professor, who had donated a few weekends to work on a victim services board, stopped them when adjectives started to crowd nouns. "A judge can feel your urgency," he said, "but a court can only read your paper." They learned to quote timestamps instead of reactions, to staple an exhibit to every sentence that might ask a reader for trust. The DA, who once avoided cameras by standing 6 inches left of a podium, faced a different kind of lens. A local documentary team interested in process rather than pain. He agreed on conditions: no dramatized reenactments, no audio from inside private rooms, no selling of sorrow. They filmed the evidence room's sign-out sheet and the soft thud of a binder closing, fixed on labels rather than faces. One shot lingered on the 3 words taped above a workstation lamp: prove, protect, prepare. And the editor let the silence afterwards run long enough to feel like a choice. On Saratoga Trail, the mailbox leaned a little, as always. New Kid skipped its shadow on the walk home with the intense concentration of people who take rules seriously because they invented them 5 minutes ago. Sometimes a car slowed, a stranger looking with a kind of hunger the town recognized. A cruiser took another pass, not to shoo anyone away but to remind the street that ordinary is now protected too. The patrol report from a drive-by read like the neighborhood preferred. Nothing to report. The nothing was earned. When the weather turned and the air picked up the smell it only gets in late summer after a storm, the case agent drove the long way to his office, past the edges of oil country, where the land turns flat enough to feel like a sheet of paper. He thought about the industrial site as it had been that day. Ladders, lockout tags, the joint choreography of science and dignity, and about the way policy had learned those steps so the next dance would be clumsier only in rehearsal. He parked, signed into evidence, and checked a fridge log because stewardship is not romantic and must be done anyway. The friend who had insisted on the welfare check answered her door to a delivery she hadn't ordered, a small bouquet with a card that had only a date on it. No signature. She left it on the counter under the window where morning finds everything honest. Later, she called the advocate and then didn't speak for a while. The advocate waited. Finally, do you ever forget what the house smelled like that day? The advocate told the truth. No, but I've learned it doesn't attack me anymore. I visit it, then I leave. That was the town's posture now. Visitation, not residence. People visited the record when it could teach them something. How to write a consent entry like a promise. How to chart a phone that remembers what a person wants to forget. How to build a chain of custody that survives the kind of scrutiny sadness makes sharp. Then they left it on its shelf and returned to sprinklers and school pickup lines and porch lights that came on slightly too early by design, tiny lighthouses guarding a coast of cul-de-sacs. The file would never close in the way people mean when they say the word close. It would remain available, legible, intact, an honest story bound in dull covers. Every so often, a new badge, a new nurse, a new lawyer would pull it, and for an hour the past would become useful again. A checklist in a pocket, a caution in a lab note, a sentence in a motion that removed everything except what could be proved. Then the binder would go back with a rubbery tap, and the day would resume its durable shape. In the end, the case became less a chapter than a format, a way of setting margins that keep truth from bleeding off the page. The town, the agencies, the families, even the quiet fields beyond the last stoplight had absorbed that. The ledger held, the weather moved, and when a porch light lingered on a little too long somewhere else, someone who had learned from this place noticed, knocked, and wrote it down while the house was still willing to tell them the truth. The case did not end so much as it propagated, like a careful echo that knew where to land. In briefing rooms, hospital corridors, and school offices, people began to carry themselves as if they owed the future a transcript. Speak plainly, write precisely, leave enough light on the facts that they can be seen by strangers later. The sheriff's office called the new Posture Echo Protocol, a name that sounded tactical and turned out to be domestic. It started with patrol, a laminated trifold next to the first aid kit, scuffed at the corners, titled When Ordinary Feels Wrong. A deputy on day shift folded it open at a bungalow where a neighbor said the porch light had burned through sunrise. The checklist was the same one born in a different cul-de-sac years earlier: purse, keys, medication, car seats, appointments. The neighbor produced a scrap of memory the way people do when invited gently. An appointment missed that morning, a text that read like an apology to no one. Consent was requested, granted, documented. The house spoke in absence. The deputy backed out and wrote a report that read like a good question. Later, with a warrant in the spine, detectives walked the same rooms and found what the first report had let them see. Hospitals adopted the echo in paper that looked dull until it saved a life. A triage nurse found purple at a patient's throat that didn't fit the story of a fall. The intake form carried quiet prompts: strangulation ever, isolation, threats that involve leaving, firearms. 1 yes becomes a conversation, 3 become a plan. The nurse did not interrogate. She charted in nouns, dimensions, locations, statements, and quotes. When the patient said, "I couldn't breathe," the nurse wrote exactly that and with a practiced voice asked whether help should arrive today or tomorrow morning at 9, when someone else reliably left for work. Advocacy happened in the hallway before it had to happen in court. At the high school, a counselor collected details that don't look like evidence until they are arranged: absences, Lunch accounts forgiven in clusters. A student who had switched to oversized sweaters in August. The school's memorandum with law enforcement, rewritten after the case, protected conversations that were not yet allegations. A detective came to campus without a jacket and sat where students could forget the badge for 5 minutes. The counselor handed over a timeline written in pencil. The detective made a copy and left the original where it had been found, inside a folder labeled "Next Week." The district attorney's office taught a brown bag series called Exhibits Without Adjectives. Prosecutors practiced opening statements that promised nothing they couldn't staple. A senior deputy, one of those people who can make a rule sound like a kindness, walked the room through digital timelines, health app steps against garage cycles, Wi-Fi associations against claimed whereabouts, cell sectors that trace corridors rather than fixed dots. Resist the sentence that begins with probably, she said, and keep the sentence that ends with a time stamp. A junior lawyer raised a hand and asked about motive. The senior deputy smiled the way you do when you remember youth as a fast car. Elements first, she said. Always. Across town, the records department perfected the craft of saying yes carefully. When a producer requested body-worn footage from a welfare check in another case, the packet included an index, a paragraph explaining redactions, and a court order that traveled like armor. The video arrived paired to a timeline and a still, keys, prenatal vitamins, car seats, so the public could see what officers had seen without being pushed into someone's private rooms. The clerk who built the packet stapled a note at the top. Context prevents harm. Please run it with the sheet. Most did. On Saratoga Trail, the new family hosted a block cookout under a string of borrowed lights. Kids turned the cul-de-sac into a scooter circuit. Adults made introductions that felt like repairs. At the edge of the gathering, one neighbor who'd lived through the year of sirens told a newcomer the kind of history you can only offer if you're careful with it. We look out for each other, she said. If your porch light lingers, somebody will knock. That's not gossip, that's how we are now. The newcomer nodded, glanced at the light she'd left on at home, and decided to get a timer. Inside the correction system, monotony continued its quiet work. Classification notations aged. The phrase protective housing on a line of text became routine. Mail arrived for legal counsel and stopped for no one else. A sentence measured in life did what it always does, removed suspense and replaced it with schedule. Somewhere on the outside, people argued about whether that felt like justice. Inside, men counted days in loops that never closed and didn't argue because time there is not a metaphor. The file itself, paper, plastic, metal rings, kept earning fingerprints. A detective from a smaller county called to borrow the time sync protocol. A coroner from another district sent word that the new cover sheet for autopsy packets had lowered the temperature at the counter by 10 degrees. The case agent boxed duplicates for a training exchange and included the 7-line card that had outlived slides. Start small, document big. Consent ends, warrants begin. Let video and devices agree. Science in nouns, families first. Don't say what a courtroom will have to unsay. When in doubt, write it down. He slipped an extra copy in the envelope without a note. One rain-washed afternoon, the friend who had started everything with a knock stood at her own sink and watched water bead on glass the way it did that morning years before. She had not stopped measuring days by what they smelled like. When her phone vibrated, it was the advocate, calling with no news to offer and offering the call anyway. They spoke of weather meals, a new thrift store where the dressing rooms didn't lock from the outside. Before hanging up, the advocate said the sentence that had become the office's refrain. If you need me to stand next to you while you don't do anything, I will. It sounds like poetry until you hear how many emergencies are survived by presence, not action. The echo reached farther than anyone planned. A gas station on the far edge of the county put a hotline number on the inside of a bathroom stall in a font that looked like a coupon. A library replaced its community board pushpins with binder clips so people could take flyers down without the sound of a decision. A landlord added language to leases that allowed emergency transfers without penalty when a protective order appeared. None of these acts made a headline. All of them changed outcomes. Late in the year, during a training exercise, the detective who now ran the bureau dimmed the lights and put a single slide on the screen. A photo of a porch at noon, nothing happening. "This is where truth begins," she said. "Not with a confession, with a house that will talk if you're patient and a neighbor who believes their worry is worth an officer's time." She let the still image sit until the room shifted from restlessness to attention. Then she drew the lines everyone there already knew: call, knock, consent, warrant, record, and sent them out to make ordinary safe. The echo wasn't a memorial, it was a method, and in the way of good methods, it stopped calling attention to itself. It showed up as a squared-off corner on a report, a photo taken before a drawer was opened, a timestamp double-checked against an atomic clock, a phone call returned before sunset, a porch light that clicked off because a timer learned a habit. It showed up as a town that had learned to listen earlier and write better, so that when the next house needed to speak, someone would be there with a pen and the patience to let it finish. The lessons didn't stay put. They traveled in glove compartments and backpacks, across county lines and into rooms where the only constant is fluorescent light. One spring, a crosswind storm blew in sideways and carried them farther than any memo could. It began with a wellness call in a ranch house 3 towns over, mile-long driveway, porch flag gone threadbare. A brother couldn't reach his sister. The deputy who answered had a laminated trifold tucked behind the visor, the same one born in a cul-de-sac that no longer wanted to host memory. He parked just short of the house and listened. No TV glow, no dog, a lamp burning at an hour wrong for lamps. He tried the bell, then the familiar 2-knock rhythm designed to be heard without sounding like news. When the door opened a cautious inch, he did not fill the space with questions. He asked for permission to step inside and look for what absence says. Purse, keys, meds, car seats, appointments. The homeowner, tired, polite, evasive in ways fear makes people, let him in. The deputy's report, written that night at a metal desk with a nick where rings spin, read like a careful ledger. He circled 2 details: prenatal vitamins on the counter, the car's child seats fixed in place. He backed out, returned to the door with a business card and a sentence that leaves doors open. "You can call me if you change your mind." Then he called a supervisor and stayed 5 minutes longer than the clock would justify. The next morning, a detective from that county called the old case agent 2 jurisdictions away and asked for the time sync kit. By afternoon, 2 atomic clocks and a laminated card had changed cars. Doorbell footage that would have looked like fog without context fell into sequence. A garage cycle at a time it usually slept. A pair of taillights, the black stripe of night. The detective aligned the footage with carrier logs that drew corridors rather than coordinates and watched the lines agree without being coached. At the lab, a junior analyst fought the urge to call a presumptive result something it was. She'd been trained on the file that once lived an hour north, trained to write consistent with and stop there. She ran the confirmatory, logged the control, verified the hash on the device image before opening a single database. On the bench next to her, a senior tech kept a finger on the rule that had become more than style: science in nouns. The report went out clean, dotted with times and initials but empty of drama. Hospitals in both counties now carried the same 2-page intake addendum slipped into clipboards on morning shift. Not a checklist for trauma, a map for danger. A triage nurse asked questions that sound like conversation when you've practiced them enough. Has anyone put hands around your neck? Have you been asked to stop seeing friends or stop working? If you wanted to leave, would someone know? The patient's yes collected like rain in a tin cup, one plink, then another. A hallway consultation followed that looked like 2 people talking about discharge instructions. It wasn't theater. It was survival written in margins that hadn't existed a year before. In a school office, a counselor leafed through attendance spikes, lunch balances brought current by invisible hands, a teacher's note about a once bright student now quieting into corners. The school's memorandum with law enforcement, amended after the town up north learned to separate welfare from spectacle, allowed a detective to sit in a chair that didn't scrape and ask soft-edged questions. No case number yet. Just a pencil timeline labeled today, this week / next week. The detective copied it and left the original where it belonged. The DA, who'd learned to stand left of podiums, sent a model motion the same day the neighboring county asked. It had blank spaces that forced particularity and a paragraph that preempted the worst habits. The people will not reference any polygraph instrument and will not suggest that physiological responses measure truth. He added the sentence he always adds, the one new lawyers tape inside their notebooks. If you need an adjective, you need an exhibit. Records clerks across 2 courthouses coordinated without ceremony. One unsealed a warrant with coordinates blacked out. The other attached a cover letter that explained what was withheld and why, in language that did not hide behind statute but stood beside it. A producer who had smelled a second headline found instead a packet that taught the public how a lawful search is built. The story aired anyway, toned in the key of civics. On a Wednesday night, the sheriff from the original case and the chief from the new one split a folding table in a church hall and answered questions that were more about belonging than procedure. "Why didn't we hear sirens?" a woman asked from the back. "Because sometimes silence is how you hear a house," the sheriff said, and the line made more sense than cynics think. "What if I'm wrong when I call?" someone else asked. The chief told the truth. "Then a deputy will knock and leave you with a card and a quieted heart. We would rather knock 10 extra times than miss the one that mattered." A week later, an industrial yard accepted a search team with clipboards and gas monitors that chirped in an honest soprano. The company rep signed the gate log. The lockout tags hung like bright punctuation, and the work moved at the speed of dignity. Soil cores went into glass, not plastic. Scene text spoke for the camera that would someday read their notes aloud in court. Nothing hurried that didn't have to. Nothing waited that shouldn't. The case that crossed the line didn't become the old case with new names because everyone had learned that copying mistakes is easier than copying discipline. The file began from the same posture, welfare check to consent to warrant, and then became itself, a record that could carry its own weight. There were differences that didn't make good television: a dog that barked, a neighbor who hadn't installed a camera, a phone that remembered things out of order. The detectives wrote around the gaps instead of leaping them. The timeline held because the hands that built it obeyed gravity. Back on Saratoga Trail, the street kept its uneven arithmetic, 2 houses painted, one with a lawn that never quite made up its mind. The old case agent drove through on the way to a training session and didn't slow down. The block had been asked to carry enough. But at the corner, he caught a flash of something familiar on a porch. A timer clicking a light on before dusk, a small lighthouse against the habit of forgetting. He parked later at a school gym where a dozen rookies waited with pens shaped like hope and told them the only story he still tells. A friend knocked, a neighbor shared video, a patrol officer wrote a report that asked the right question and then stopped talking. "That," he said, "is how cases live long enough to become law instead of lore." The crosswind eased. The second county filed its own paper, restrained and heavy. The first county sent a note, "Here if you need anything. We keep our shelves balanced." The reply came back with a photo of labels squared to a binder's spine. No signatures, just a shared posture. What began as one town's repair had become a region's reflex, small, lawful habits that survive travel. Porch lights on timers, nurses who chart in quotes, deputies who bring clocks with their cones, clerks who staple context, DAs who refuse to sell sorrow. And a quiet understanding that when ordinary goes wrong, the first and bravest act may still be the gentlest. Knock, listen, and write the truth down while the house is willing to speak. The file had always been heavy, now it felt dense. New hands lifted it from the shelf with the small reverence people develop for tools that outlast them. A rookie detective set it on the war room table and ran a thumb along the tabs. Welfare check, consent, warrant, lab, digital, plea, judgment. The headings were not dramatic. They were directional mile markers on a road that had no scenic pullout, only proof. He read the first report the way the original officer had written it, quietly. A friend worried. A door answered. A house that told the truth in items left behind. Purse, keys, medication, car seats. He found the body-worn camera transcript where a voice stayed level because level is how records survive. He saw the pivot from consent to court authority in a single paragraph that carried the weight of the Fourth Amendment under its simple verbs: observed, requested, declined, obtained. He wrote those verbs on a sticky note and kept reading. Down the hall, a records clerk timed a scan like a metronome. One warrant, one return, one index. She knew which pages would be requested every August and which would remain untouched but necessary. Lab bench notes, chain of custody addenda, the evidence refrigerator logs with temperature readings that never made a headline. She stamped a certification and added the cover letter her office had developed after this case taught them how to say yes without saying too much. What was released, what was redacted, and why. The letter ended with a sentence that had become policy, not poetry. Context prevents harm. The victim advocate kept a second phone, one that never went on silent. She knew the days it would ring without looking at a calendar. Sometimes it was a stranger who had found the names on a streaming platform and wanted to check their own fear against someone else's finished story. Sometimes it was a familiar number asking a question the law had already answered. She returned each call anyway, because closure is a word for doors and files, not people. In her desk drawer, beside a spool of ribbon for funeral programs she didn't attend, was a sheet labeled "No Wrong Questions." The first line: "We can talk about what you saw without deciding what to do." The district attorney's hair had gone white in a way that made people assume tenderness. He was kind, but he reserved tenderness for the record. He spoke in statutes even at barbecues. When a visiting reporter asked for color, he handed over the TimeSync worksheet, the one that reconciled doorbell stamps to carrier corridors, and explained why that paper mattered more than any sentence he could say. He had spent years refusing the impulse to narrate. It had preserved the only story that counted. In a corrections unit miles from the cul-de-sac, the sentence did its unglamorous work. Doors opened on timers. Counts clipped days into segments. The term protective housing remained ink on a line. The routine remained the same. Guards traded shifts and stories about fatigue and football. Paperwork traveled with the steadiness of rain. The outside world asked occasionally if monotony felt like mercy. Inside, monotony felt like architecture, the only thing holding the ceiling in place. At the hospital, a new resident learned to write injuries with a ruler and a clock. The attending pointed to the note. Bruises, neck had become 3 linear contusions. Right lateral neck 182, 1 cm, photographed with scale. Patient states, "I couldn't breathe for a few seconds." Accuracy on paper can feel cold. In court, it reads like compassion. The hospital's protocol, born from this case and tuned by others, clicked forward. Offer choices, document in quotes, never force a timeline that doesn't belong to the patient. Schools had settled into their own rhythm of vigilance. In an office lined with unclaimed trophies, a counselor shaped a quiet arrangement. A weekly check, in that wasn't called that. Lunch passes that didn't single anyone out. A list of trusted adults printed in small type on the backs of student IDs. A detective could visit without drama because the memorandum with law enforcement had learned to protect curiosity when it is careful and to fence it when it is not. One afternoon, the original case agent boxed his desk and left on purpose before anyone could plan a sheet cake. He took the long way home, past the edge of the fields and the slow nod of pump jacks, and thought about how often justice looks like paperwork instead of answers. He had taught a generation that families first is not a slogan, it's a sequence. Notification before press, privacy before posture, accuracy before adjectives. In the trunk of his car was a stack of laminated cards he would still hand out on guest teaching days. Start small, document big. Consent ends, warrants begin. Let devices and video agree without coaching. Science in nouns, families first. Don't say what a courtroom will have to unsay. When in doubt, write it down. Neighbors on Saratoga Trail managed ordinary with intention. A timer ticked a porch light on before dusk. A stroller leaned inside the front door at an angle that said play, not pause. New residents learned the cul-de-sac's quiet way of watching, curiosity without intrusion, readiness without theater. When a car slowed, people noticed. When it stopped, someone waved. The patrol car that rolled past did what the community had asked of it, showed up without a script and left without a siren. Open records requests still arrived like weather, clustered around anniversaries, thin in winter, thick when a documentary aired. The clerk answered them the same way each time, with certified copies and a cover letter that explained the redactions, with transcripts instead of raw audio when voices carried more than law could hold, with timelines attached so clips could not be divorced from sequence. Occasionally, someone accused the office of withholding drama. The clerk, who had learned to speak steady without apology, replied that the county was withholding damage. Training cycles turned the file into a living tool. Dispatchers practiced a call that begins as a feeling and becomes a welfare check. Questions that gather facts without planting them. Instructions that bring officers without lighting the neighborhood on fire. Patrol practiced the knock, 2 beats you can hear from the back hallway. Then the waiting. Then the write-up that refuses to reach for certainty, and therefore earns it later. Detectives practice the walkthrough that preserves a house as potential evidence without turning it into spectacle. Prosecutors practice trimming their own sentences until nothing remained that a juror couldn't hold in a hand. The friend who began everything with a knock had learned to live in a house where the morning light was no longer an indictment. Sometimes she dreamed in transcripts, timestamps replacing hours, because the brain likes order even when the heart refuses it. On those days, the advocate texted at 4:30, "Here if you need me to stand next to you while you do the ordinary." They would grocery shop together in aisles they both avoided once, talking about fruit and deadlines and the weather. Mutual aid disguised as errands. The case had long since left the churn of breaking news. What stayed were the policies that replaced improvisation, the phrases that replaced performances, and the people who learned to put pen to paper at exactly the right moment. A town does not heal from a ledger like this. It integrates it. The evidence room hums. The lights in the training room flicker, then steady. A detective signs out the binder and disappears into study. A clerk licks an envelope and sends out a timeline with a cover letter that says, "Here is what we can show. Here is what we must protect. Here is why." And at the corner where the cul-de-sac meets the broader street, the wind shifts in that late summer way that smells like cut grass and hot tires. A porch light clicks on early. Somewhere else in the county, a deputy who has never heard of this block pulls a laminated card from a visor and reads the first line before stepping out of the cruiser. The words were written by people he will never meet. They will be enough. Snow came early and quiet, the sort that erases edges until every street looks like a page waiting for ink. On Saratoga Trail, porch lights clicked on before the sky made them necessary, a habit learned not from fear but from practice. The cul-de-sac moved in its winter register, engines idling, boots on concrete, a kid testing breath in the air like a science trick. Nothing announced itself, which was the point. Across town, the evidence room exhaled its thin, refrigerated breath when the case agent, retired in title, not in posture, signed in as a visitor. He wasn't there to visit the file. He was there to check the margins, seals intact, logs clean, labels square, the dull choreography that keeps truth from fraying. He took a pen from the cup labeled shared and circled a number that had smudged, adding an initial that meant someone would fix it by noon. In a glass office nearby, a sergeant taught a rookie how to read an evidence ledger the way a navigator reads stars, finding direction in dots and signatures. At the hospital, the new strangulation protocol had been typeset into certainty. A resident leaned over a form that asked for dimensions in centimeters and language in quotes. The attending, who understood juries as well as she understood bruises, pointed at the word patterned. "Use it only when it is," she said, "and draw it if your hand knows how." The patient on the other side of the curtain spoke in the clipped sentences of people trying not to cry. The nurse wrote each one as it was spoken, then folded the paper and tucked it into the chart as if tucking someone in. The sheriff's office ran an in-service under fluorescent lights that hummed like an old song. The slide deck had no flourishes, only verbs: observe, ask, document, preserve. A detective clicked to a photo of a tidy entryway and let it sit, Purse, keys, medication, car seats. This, she said, is what a house looks like when it is trying to talk. A deputy in the third row knew enough to still write with careful loops, asked what to do when instinct outruns policy. Make a report that can survive you, the detective said. If it needs a performance, it can. Records had their own winter ritual. Requests slid in with the timeliness of tides, anniversary pieces, class projects, a producer's polite persistence. The clerk's answer never changed. Certified copies, indexes, redactions explained, timelines stapled on top so context traveled with content. On the last line of the cover letter, she added the sentence that had become departmental scripture. We are stewards of both access and dignity. At the high school, a counselor kept a drawer of spare gloves for kids who arrived without, and a folder labeled not yet for conversations that wanted to be reports but weren't there. A detective visited without hard shoes and sat in a plastic chair that leveled the room. They talked about attendance notes. A lunch account brought suddenly current. The counselor had drawn a timeline in pencil. The detective copied it with the care people reserve for fragile things and left the original where it belonged. Neither said the names the town no longer said out loud. Everyone knew which file had taught them humility. In a church basement where coffee tastes like resolve, a community forum turned to questions that were small and therefore useful. If I call and I'm wrong, someone asked. We'll knock and thank you, the chief said. If I don't have a camera, you still have eyes, the sheriff answered. A hand went up at the back. Why are you all so careful? The district attorney, who'd practiced this answer until it lost its edge and kept its truth, said, because the record is forever and people are not. The warehouse of a second county, one that had borrowed clocks and laminates when its own storm hit, sent a photo back up the highway, a shelf with binders labeled in the same square hand. No caption. It meant what it looked like. The method had traveled. Porch lights on timers, nurses who chart in nouns, deputies who carry clocks with their cones, clerks who staple context, DAs who don't sell sorrow, each habit small, each one cumulative, a fence line upstream from the worst day. Inside dock, winter made the same concrete corridors colder. Protective housing remained a notation, routine remained the law. The sentence carried its own weather, monotony seasoned with consequence. Outside, people wondered whether that felt like justice. Inside, the question didn't land. Time there isn't metaphor, it's schedule. Late in the afternoon, the friend who had turned worry into action stood at her kitchen sink and watched dusk find the edges of everything. The advocate called with nothing new to say and said it anyway. They talked recipes and errands and a thrift shop where the dressing room latches had been replaced so they opened from the inside. Before they hung up, the advocate promised what had become the office's true north. If you need me to stand next to you while you do nothing, I will. The promise sounded strange until you remembered how many disasters are endured by presence, paperwork, and patience. Training ended with a slide that never changed, a photograph of a porch at noon, no motion. This is where the work begins, the instructor said, pointing at what looked like nothing. Not with a confession, not with a headline here, when ordinary is a little bit off and someone chooses to knock and someone else chooses to write exactly what they see. The room didn't clap, it wrote. Snow kept falling, tidy as a legal margin. Plows traced lines that turned chaos back into lanes. In a cruiser 3 neighborhoods over, a deputy pulled a laminated card from the visor and read the first line before stepping into the cold. Start small, document big. On Saratoga Trail, a porch light clicked on early, the quiet metronome of a place that had learned how to keep time. Spring returned in increments, snow slumping off curbs, a bicycle clacking past the open mouth of a garage, the air finding its old warmth. On Saratoga Trail, timers clicked porch lights off a little later each dawn, a metronome the block had set years ago and never abandoned. Ordinary was the point. Intention was the method. In the records office, a clerk slid a stack of certified copies into envelopes and wrote the same line on each cover letter like a quiet oath. Context travels with content. She had learned to staple timelines on top of anything that moved, warrants, affidavits, transcripts, so the public would receive not just pieces but sequence. On the wall above her desk, a printed checklist asked and answered in 3 columns. Comply. Curtail. Context. The rhythm kept emotion from editing the file. At the sheriff's training day, the first slide was still an empty entryway. Purse, keys, medication, car seats, and a silence that wasn't absent so much as information. The instructor let the image sit until the room's fidgeting turned into attention. "This is where most of your work begins," she said, tapping the screen with the end of a dry erase marker. "If you write what you actually see, the truth will stand still for you." A deputy asked what to do when a gut feeling outran the checklist. "Write your gut like a fact," she said. "Time, place, detail. Let a judge decide what it's worth." Hospitals upgraded their hallway rituals to muscle memory. A nurse, hair tied in the serious knot of a long shift, read off the strangulation prompts while her pen measured bruises in centimeters. Any choking ever, any control of money or friends, any threats tied to leaving, any firearms. Yes, built a plan, not a spectacle. She charted in quotes, drew where words would wobble, and made 2 calls. One to an advocate, one to a detective who knew how to arrive without making the room smaller. At the high school, a counselor kept a binder labeled steady. Small interventions that don't draw a circle around a kid in a crowded hallway. He handed out lunch passes that looked like library slips and kept a list of grown-ups a student could trust printed on ID backs in typeface that didn't shout. When a detective visited, sneakers instead of hard shoes, they sat in chairs that matched height and tone. The conversation produced a pencil timeline, today, this week / next week, that the detective copied and left in place because the original belonged to the person who wrote it. The district attorney did a civics night at a community center that smelled of floor wax and coffee. He brought no drama, just paper, a time-sync worksheet that reconciled doorbell video to carrier corridors, a model warrant that forced particularity, an Amber Alert explainer with the missing elements highlighted, no confirmed abduction, no suspect description, no direction of travel. Hands went up. "Why are you so careful?" someone asked, suspicious and hopeful at once. "Because the record is forever and stories aren't," he said, and the room learned the difference. Across the county line, a smaller agency borrowed the ECHO protocol without ceremony. Their deputies tucked the same trifold next to trauma shears, when ordinary feels wrong. One afternoon, a porch light burned past sunrise on a ranch road. The deputy who walked up did not pound the door. 2-knock rhythm, voice level, consent requested and documented. Inside, the house spoke in absences. He stepped back out to air and wrote a report that asked only the right questions. That night, a judge read it and signed a warrant that moved like a key through a lock. The lab hummed in its timeless way. A junior analyst pushed back against a sentence that wanted a more definite verb and landed, as trained on consistent with. Confirmatory tests ran, hash values matched. The report went out in nouns. On the bench, a senior tech kept a fingertip on the chain of custody log, more talisman than pressure. "We don't perform truth," she reminded the room. "We preserve it." Doc remained arithmetic, counts, doors, trays, schedules that didn't care about headlines. The phrase protective housing stayed a line in a file. Routine did the heavy lifting. On the outside, people still asked if monotony sounded like mercy. Inside, it sounded like a machine that chooses predictability over spectacle on purpose. Victim services sharpened the one superpower bureaucracy rarely grants: presence. The advocate's phone vibrated at odd hours, and she answered even when she had nothing new to say. Sometimes she walked a grocery aisle on speaker while a friend compared brands of bread to keep the air honest. "If you need me to stand next to you while you do nothing," she'd say, "I will." It kept more than one morning from breaking. Records unsealed, another thin layer on schedule, warrants with coordinates blacked out, returns annotated, jail logs with privacy intact. A podcaster asked for the 911 audio. The clerk sent a transcript alongside the sound so tone couldn't pretend to be fact. "You're starving the story," the producer muttered, half complaint, half compliment. The clerk smiled into the phone. "We're feeding the record." On Saratoga Trail, a new family hosted a weeknight cookout that smelled like charcoal and thawing grass. Kids turned the cul-de-sac into a racetrack and broke it only to chase a dog who didn't believe in leashes. At the edge of the circle, a neighbor who had lived through the loud year told a newcomer the only history she thought the street owed. "If your light lingers, we'll knock. If our light lingers, please knock back." They clinked plastic cups and went back to tending ordinary. Near dusk, the retired case agent, retired only in payroll terms, drove the long way home, past the fields and the tanks and the road where the prairie makes sentences out of wind. He didn't slow at the old block. It had carried enough attention. At a red light, he watched a patrol car ease through an intersection and thought about the line he'd written on a laminated card years before. "Start small, document big." Somewhere else at that same hour, a different deputy pulled the same card from a visor and read it before stepping into a doorway where a house was deciding whether it would talk. The file remained on its shelf, squared, sealed, alive in the way good records are. It would never answer why. It would remain excellent at who, what, when, where, how. Every so often a hand would lift it down, and for an hour the past would teach the present how to behave. Then the binder would close, porch lights would find their timers, and the town would keep its odd, brave promise to itself. To notice sooner, to write better, and to let the small signal carry farther than the shout. Summer leaned in with the soft insistence of sprinklers and late sunsets. On Saratoga Trail, chalk maps reappeared on the pavement, rivers and kingdoms drawn in colors that melted into the day's heat. The porch lights still clicked on early, less a warning now than a ritual, the way some people whisper grace before ordinary meals. In the windowless room below the sheriff's lobby, the file waited with its familiar gravity. A detective, new to homicide, old to paperwork, signed it out and read it like a manual. The opening line never changed. A friend worried, a door answered, a house spoke in absence. He traced the thin bridge from consent to warrant, the paragraph that carried a constitutional weight in verbs small enough to fit on a sticky note. He practiced saying them out loud, observed, requested, declined, obtained, until they stopped sounding like law and started sounding like a careful walk. Upstairs, the training slide still showed a tidy entryway, purse, keys, medication, car seats, silence doing an honest kind of work. The instructor didn't rush the image. "Write what you actually see," she said, "so the truth doesn't have to shout to be heard." A deputy asked what to do when a neighbor's hunch felt like an imposition. "Treat it like a weather report," the instructor said. "You don't argue with clouds, you bring a jacket." The hospital's new residents learned to measure bruises with a ruler and dignity with restraint. On rounds, the attending paused at the strangulation prompts. Any choking ever, any isolation, any threats tied to leaving, any firearms in the story that lives outside this room. A young doctor, eyes earnest in the way school cannot teach, wrote the patient's words in quotes and drew the map of what they meant with a pen steady enough to be admitted later as evidence. On the chart tab, a tiny flag reminded staff that paperwork, too, can be a life-preserving device. In the records office, the clerk tended her garden of indexes and cover letters. A fresh stack of requests waited, class projects, anniversary pieces, curiosity dressed as civics. She answered with certified copies, redactions explained, and timelines stapled to the top so clips could not pretend to be context. When someone called to ask why the county refused to release a particular image, she read the line she believed in without needing to believe it all over again. "We protect both access and dignity. That is our job." Across town, a classroom full of seniors sat through a civics hour that began where the news rarely does, procedure. The DA brought a time-sync worksheet, a model warrant, and a one-page explainer on why the first day never met the Amber criteria. No confirmed abduction, no vehicle, no direction of travel. A hand went up. "How do you not tell the story?" The DA smiled with the tired kindness of someone who has practiced. "I tell the record," he said. "It doesn't change when you look away." The lab hummed in climate-controlled patience. A junior analyst, tempted by a verb with teeth, chose consistent with and let confirmatory tests carry the rest. She logged hash values like vows and pressed her initials into the margin where chain of custody lives. At the next bench, a senior tech kept a fingertip on the rule pinned above the station. Science in nouns. The report left the room with no decoration and every necessary detail. Victim services did the work that never makes a montage. The advocate's phone pulsed at unkind hours, and she answered even when the only news was that there wasn't any. On grocery runs with the friend who once knocked, she learned to steer the cart around aisles that still felt like landmines. "If you need me to stand next to you while you do nothing," she said, as much to herself as to anyone else, "I will." It turns out some emergencies are best endured standing still together. Doc remained its own weather system. Counts, doors, trays, schedules stitched into days until they lost their names. Protective housing lived as a line in a file. Monotony did the heavy lifting of consequence. On the outside, people continued to ask if that felt like justice. Inside, feelings had given way to arithmetic a long time ago. The smaller agency 2 counties over returned the time sync kit with edges more scuffed than before and a note that said simply, "Worked. Thank you." Their deputy had knocked twice, spoken level, documented absence like it was a fact and not a feeling. A warrant traveled. A search unfolded with gas monitors and glass vials, and the record did what records do when they're built for distance. It carried. Saratoga Trail kept its soft vigilance. A new family set up a slip-hand slide that turned the cul-de-sac into laughter and hose water. A neighbor whose hands remembered folding programs and lighting candles watched the joy for a beat longer than everyone else and then went back to slicing watermelon. When a car idled a beat too long at the corner, someone waved. Courtesy as policy. Near dusk, the retired case agent parked on the far side of town and walked a block with the slow confidence of people no longer in a hurry. He didn't go past the old address. He had nothing to visit there. Instead, he stood on a nameless corner where the evening smelled like cut grass and hot metal, and thought about the sentence he wrote on the laminated card he still carried. "Start small, document big." Somewhere at that exact hour, a deputy pulled the same card from a visor, read the first line, and knocked a door in a rhythm designed to be heard without sounding like alarm. The file waited downstairs, unromantic and exact. Would never explain why. It would continue to say who, what, when, where, how with a calm that outlived seasons and headlines. New hands would lift it, learn from it, and return it to its shelf with the respectful thud of a thing that keeps earning its place. And the town, through porch lights and policies, rulers and redactions, knock rhythms and returned calls, would keep its promise to carry what it had learned forward. Notice sooner, write better. Let the measured truth outrun the loud story every single time. Autumn took the heat out of the pavement and put edges back on the days. On Saratoga Trail, leaves crackled under scooter wheels and the chalk kingdoms faded into pale borders. Porch lights kept their early appointments, a habit that had aged from caution into culture. Downstairs in the sheriff's building, the file kept its gravity. A detective with a coffee that had long surrendered warmth set it on the table and opened to the first hinge, welfare check to consent. He traced the verbs with a pen's blunt tip, observed, requested, declined, obtained. The economy still impressed him. That paragraph had carried an entire threshold across a courtroom without raising its voice. When he closed the binder, the air in the room felt like what it had always been, recycled, humming, honest. The training room upstairs began with silence on purpose. A photograph filled the screen, a tidy foyer, the kind that reads more like a list than a room. Purse on the console, keys in the dish, prenatal vitamins on the counter, car seats fixed where they'd always been. The instructor let the image do its work before speaking. "Write this down before anything moves," she said. "If you capture small truths early, big truths won't have room to lie." Someone asked about instinct. The answer came like weather. Treat instinct as a forecast. Document the sky. Let a judge decide if it meant rain. In the hospital, the strangulation prompts had become as automatic as taking a pulse. A nurse, scrubs patterned with autumn leaves that only children notice, measured bruises, drew their contour, and wrote the patient's words in quotes. "He said if I left, the kids would leave too." The note looked clinical. It was merciful. A hallway consult followed that sounded like discharge planning and was, in fact, a safety plan. The nurse called advocacy first, a detective second, and charted both calls with times circled, timestamps as footholds. The district attorney stood under fluorescent lights at a community college and refused to narrate. Brought paper instead. The Amber Criteria checklist with the missing boxes highlighted from that first day years ago. No confirmed abduction, no vehicle, no direction of travel. A warrant template whose blank spaces forced particularity. A time-sync worksheet that reconciled doorbell video with the lazy corridors of cell records. A student in the front row asked why he never says why. Because why is where stories go to overreach, he said. Courtrooms ask what, when, where, how, and who. Why is for rooms without oaths. Records answered the season's trickle of requests the way they always had: certified copies, redactions explained, timelines stapled to the front so clips had to travel with sequence. A podcaster called to argue tone. The clerk offered a transcript that taught readers where silence belonged. "You're sanding off the edges," the voice complained. "Edges of what?" the clerk asked. "Of pain." She mailed the packet the same afternoon, with the cover letter that ended as policy requires. "We are stewards of both access and dignity." The lab maintained its own, whether cool air, slow machines, sentences built from nouns. A junior analyst felt the tug toward a dramatic verb and wrote consistent with instead, a small loyalty to a rule that outlives coworkers. Confirmatories ran. Hash values matched. Chain of custody read like a short story about people who initial everything they're willing to defend. A smaller agency 3 exits down the interstate returned the time-sync kit with one corner rounded soft by use and a handwritten note. It kept the day honest. Their deputy had knocked with the 2-beat rhythm that carries through hallways, asked for consent without importing an answer, and wrote absence as calmly as presence. A judge read the report and signed a warrant that opened the next door without slamming any behind it. Victim services carried the unsung weight. The advocate's phone lit at hours that made clocks seem unkind, and she still answered with the sentence that had become currency. "If you need me to stand next to you while you do nothing, I will." Sometimes that meant walking a grocery aisle on speaker, deciding between brands as if choice were a muscle to be rehabilitated. Sometimes it meant saying no to a camera on a family's behalf and yes to a form no one should have to fill. Doc remained arithmetic: counts, passes, doors that take their time. Protective housing held as a line in a file. Monotony did what it does, domesticates the dramatic until only consequence remains. Outside, people continued to ask if that sounded like justice. Inside, it sounded like schedule. On the street that had learned to read itself, a moving truck bumped a curb and a dozen neighbors appeared the way colonies of ants do when the ground shakes. Efficient, undramatic, coordinated. Someone brought tape, someone labeled boxes, someone pointed to the best hour for trash pickup. A newcomer asked later about the early lights. A long-timer said, "We keep time this way." That was the whole explanation. That was enough. A dispatch training ran a scenario built from nothing more than a feeling. A friend's text tone wrong by half a sentence. A porch light that forgot dawn. A missed appointment that never misses. Call takers practice the questions that translate worry into action without turning conjecture into script. Last contact, calendar, vehicles, children, the state of ordinary objects. The instructor underlined a line in the manual with a dull pencil. Do not reward drama, reward detail. The retired case agent, retired in payroll columns only, visited the evidence room on the way to donate his desk plant to a break room that needed something alive. He checked seals, found one smudged initial, left a sticky note that said rebag for legibility, and signed the log with the small pleasure of a name still needed. On his way out, he paused at the bulletin board where the 7-line card had been copied so many times the font looked like a friend's handwriting. He straightened it by a millimeter. Old habits, he thought, are just promises with patience. At a church basement forum, the sheriff fielded the question that always waited until the end. What should we do if we think something is wrong but it might be nothing? She answered like a person who had earned the right to be simple. Call, we'll knock. If it's nothing, we'll leave you with a card and a pretty good story about community. If it's something, you'll have given us a head start we can't manufacture any other way. Dusk returned to the cul-de-sacs and the feeder roads, turning windshields into mirrors. A cruiser rolled by on a patrol that looked like idling and was actually listening. Somewhere else in the county, a deputy reached for the visor and read the first line of the laminated card before stepping into the half-light of a front stoop. Start small, document big. Inside, a house decided whether it would speak. Outside, a pen waited with the patience of procedure. The case had become contour, lines that hold shape even when light changes. In courtrooms and clinics, classrooms and kitchens, people followed its edges by now without checking the map. Porch lights on timers, consent documented, warrants particularized, science in nouns, context stapled to content. Phone calls returned even when there is nothing new to report. The file remained on its shelf, not as a shrine but as a tool that teaches, a record that proves, a weight that keeps other stories from being blown off the page. And the town, by custom and checklists and the quiet heroics of showing up, kept its promise to itself. Notice sooner, write better, and let the measured truth outrun the loud story every time the wind shifts. Winter loosened its grip by degrees, a gutter drip, a sidewalk freed from the last ribbon of ice. On Saratoga Trail, the timers kept faith with their programming. Porch lights on before dusk, off after dawn, the neighborhood's small oath written in electricity. In the basement of the sheriff's office, the file sat where it always had, gravity disguised as cardboard. A detective in a sweater with a fray at the cuff signed it out and set it on the table like a tool. He wasn't looking for revelations. He was doing what the unit called a line-item pass, a slow walk through the record for things that age if you don't touch them. A smudged tag, a misaligned label, a refrigerator log that needed a fresh signature line. He circled one temperature entry that dipped, found the corrective note already stapled beneath it, and wrote a small check mark that meant seen, understood, intact. Upstairs, the training room opened on the same still photo, an entryway in its plain truth: purse, keys, prenatal vitamins, car seats. The instructor let silence do a minute's work before speaking. If you write this down exactly, she said, you won't need to raise your voice later. A hand went up. What if the neighbor is wrong? Then you leave a business card and a kinder community behind, she said. We can afford false alarms. We cannot afford missed ones. In the ER, a nurse charted with a ruler and a clock, drawing the borders of a bruise as if she were mapping a small country. The strangulation prompts ran like a litany she no longer needed to look at. Choking ever, isolation, threats tied to leaving, firearms. Each yes generated choices instead of panic. An advocate on site, a detective who arrived without turning the room into a spectacle, a safety plan that fit inside someone's Tuesday. She signed and printed her name with the care of a witness who knows she might one day be one. The district attorney spent a Saturday at a folding table in a library meeting room that smelled of old paper and careful optimism. He stacked 3 handouts, a time sync worksheet, a warrant template that forced particularity, and an amber criteria explainer with the missing elements highlighted from that very first morning years ago. A boy in a hoodie asked, "Why don't you ever say why?" The DA pushed the warrant across the table. "Because this wins in court," he said, tapping the blanks where nouns belong. "And because why is a story, this is a sentence." Records ran their own quiet marathon. A batch of Quora requests arrived, some earnest, some fishing, and each earned the same reply. Certified copies, redactions explained, timelines stapled on top so clips couldn't pretend to be context. When a producer pressed for a particular image, the clerk read the line she had learned by heart. "We protect access and dignity. Both are public interests." She sent a transcript with the audio and slept fine. In the lab, a junior analyst wrote consistent with where a stronger verb would have felt satisfying and wrong. Confirmatories ran, hashes matched, bench notes read like the calm heartbeat of a machine that tells the truth and refuses theater. At the next station, a senior tech kept a fingertip on the chain of custody form as if it were a pulse. "We are not here to be believed," she told the room without looking up. "We are here to be verifiable." Across the county line, a small department mailed back the time sync kit with a corner softened and a note, held the timeline when memory wouldn't. Their deputy had knocked, a two-beat rhythm that carries through hallways, asked for consent without implying an answer, and wrote absence as precisely as presence. A judge read the report and signed a warrant that opened the next door without breaking the last one. Victim Services kept practicing its strange craft, showing up for ordinary. The advocate's phone hummed at 5:41 a.m., the hour when courage is thin, and she answered with the office's only real promise. "If you need me to stand next to you while you do nothing, I will." Some mornings that meant listening to a sink fill while a friend rinsed blueberries. Some nights it meant saying no to a camera on behalf of a family whose privacy had already been collateral once. Doc continued its arithmetic, counts, doors, lights, trays, schedules that make days indistinguishable on purpose. Protective housing remained a line in a file. Monotony did what it does where spectacle once lived. It held. Dispatch built a scenario around a feeling, a porch light that forgot dawn, a calendar square left blank by someone who never leaves squares blank. Call takers practiced the grammar of careful urgency. Last contact, known routes, medications, children, vehicles. They learned not to reward drama but to reward detail, to take statements in quotes, to log times that a judge can trust. "You are the first writers," their supervisor said. "Write as if someone's freedom or safety will hang on your commas. It might." On Saratoga Trail, spring edged into the cul-de-sac on a Saturday that smelled like wet concrete and grilled onions. A moving truck arrived. Neighbors did the ant choreography, boxes, tape, a borrowed dolly. A newcomer asked, not unkindly, why the porch lights clicked on before the sky asked for them. A long-timer said, "It's how we keep time," and handed over a roll of painter's tape. The retired case agent, retired only in the way paychecks measure, stopped by evidence with coffee for the tech on duty. He checked a seal, straightened a label, and wrote a sticky note no one will ever quote on television. Audit hashes Q3, confirm fridge log calibration. On his way out, he paused at the bulletin board where the 7-line card had been reprinted so often the toner had turned a shade warmer. He didn't need to read it. He could have recited it in a storm. That evening, a deputy in another neighborhood slid a laminated card from the cruiser's visor and read the first line out loud because saying it turns it from advice into action. Start small, document big. He walked to a door where a house was deciding whether it would talk and knocked the two-beat rhythm that had traveled farther than any press conference ever would. The file went back on its shelf with the rubbery thud of a thing built to last. It would never answer why. It would continue to excel at who, what, when, where, how, the grammar of justice. Its value now was not in the story it once contained, but in the posture it kept teaching. Porch lights on timers, consent recorded, warrants particularized, science in nouns, context stapled to content, calls returned even when nothing has changed. In a town that learned the cost of loud mysteries, the line item had become the ethics. Notice sooner, write better, and let the measured truth outpace every rumor that tries to run.